Good morning, everyone. We welcome you all to the National Seminar on Indian Knowledge System, Environment, Health and Sustainable Development 2026, organized by Environment and Biodiversity Students Club, Department of Clinical Psychology, Helen Keller Institute of Research and Rehabilitation for the Disabled Children, Hyderabad, Telangana, India. This institution is affiliated to Usmania University and also approved by Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi, and has been organizing various programs from nursery till PG programs, offering various courses, including professional courses recognized by RCA. And as part of various curricular and extracurricular activities, Department of Clinical Psychology has been organizing various programs to bring awareness and outreach on various aspects which are related to health. So in this regard, today we are commemorating World Environment Day. On this occasion, we wish you all happy World Environment Day. On World Environment Day, we focus on climate change, on the urgent signals the Earth is sending, and the signals we choose to send back. And United Nations Environment Program Global Campaign calls on all of us to step in now for climate and steer a world already in motion. So on 5th June 2026, one of the world's largest international days for the environment, let's all come together, join together for this celebrations and commemorations, and also deliberations on various aspects of environment and how to protect, conserve, and promote health and well-being. So on this occasion, I welcome you all once again to the National Seminar on IKS, Environment and Sustainable Development 2026. So we have more than 350 participants registered from across the world, from various countries, majority being from India. And we have invited both presentation as well as participation. So we request all the presenters to share their details in chat box so that we can invite you one by one after presentation on first come, first serve basis. So presenters are requested to share their presentation title or topic along with your name, designation, organization, and place from where you are joining in the chat box so that we can invite you one by one. So we request all the presenters to wait for their turn as we call one by one. As per the chat box message order. So for smooth functioning of this national seminar, all the participants will be muted, and once they are called, they will be unmuted. So you can keep your videos on or off as per your connectivity. When you are presenting, you are requested to enable and switch on your video and unmute yourself. for the presentations. And after the presentations, we'll be having Q&A session where you can raise your hand if you have any queries. We'll be taking up and we will be unmuting you so that you can share your observation or any questions or queries so that the presenter can address your concerns. And the participants and presenters are requested to mark their attendance in the morning and also in the afternoon at the end of all sessions, where the certificates will be generated based on their registration and participation or presentation, whichever is applicable. The certificates will be provided in a week's time. That Google Drive link will be updated on the website. Also, a link will be shared with you through email. So we request everyone to check your email after a week, or you can also use the same registration link where you can find your Google Drive link for downloading your e-certificates. We request all the participants and presenters to attend all the sessions and make this national seminar a grand success. So thank you once again for everyone for joining, and let's together celebrate this World Environment Day by our deliberations.
Good morning, one and all present here. I invite you for the World Environment Day on June 5th. Now I invite Dr. G. Krishna sir, convener, professor, and head of the Department of Clinical Psychology. Career objective: to train and empower psychology students to become mental health professionals, especially in the area of counseling to heal the people. Professional summary: over 25 years of experience in clinical psychology and rehabilitation, with a strong focus on teaching, research, and clinical practice. Many of Sir's past students are working as counselors, running child development centers, wellness coaches, running their private practice, and some of them are working in government and NGOs, and some of them settled abroad. Extensive experience in academic leadership, including curriculum development, faculty mentoring, and student counseling. He has a proven track record in research and publications, with a focus on cognitive behavioral therapy, psychological assessment, and rehabilitation psychology. And he has a major active and he is a major active contributor to national and international conferences and workshops, with a commitment to community engagement and professional development. Sir's professional experiences are: he is a clinical director and consultant clinical psychologist, a psychological service at Kukatpalli, Hyderabad. Senior professor in clinical psychology at Swikar Academy of Rehabilitation Sciences in Secunderabad, Telangana. Clinical psychologist or faculty in rehabilitation in National Institutes for the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities near Secunderabad, India, under Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. He is the coordinator of Placement National Institute of the Empowerment of Persons with Intellectual Disabilities in Secunderabad, India, and established a robust internship program generating over 2000 students with internship across various departments, national and international students. I warmly welcome you, Dr. G. Krishna sir, for your valuable insights.
Ravindra?
Now I invite Dr. G. Krishna sir to address the gathering. Welcome, sir. Kindly
Okay,
address.
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ravindra. Good morning, everyone. It's an important day, World Environment Day. We live in environment and we have to take care of that. Actually, my network is very slow. So I thank Ravindra and our Honorable Chairman Patanumar Khan sir for organizing this important seminar. I wish you all the best participants. That's all from me, Ravindra.
Thank you, sir, for your best wishes and blessings. Now I invite I invite Dr. Jayachandra sir, Regional Director, Center for Environment and Development, to address the gathering. Before I invite Jayachandra, I request our student Beam to introduce Dr. Jayachandra.
Good morning, everyone. Now I would like to invite Dr. K. Jayachandra, sir, is a prominent environmental scientist. Geographic Information System is known as GIS consultant and the president and founder member of the Pure Earth Foundation in Hyderabad. His work with the Pure Earth Foundation and other organizations focuses on environmental sustainability, biodiversity preservation, and eco restoration, and is the founder member and president of Pure Earth Foundation. And academic and professional background, he has a background in physics and earned his education from JNTU Hyderabad. He is a life member of the Indian Society of Remote Sensing and serves as the General Secretary for Vishwa Vasudha Education. His expertise in highly experienced geospatial consultant, working as a scientific consultant and professional trainer in GIS technology. So now I hand over the session to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jayachandra Garu, for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
We welcome you to the national seminar, and we request you to kindly address the gathering.
Yeah. Thank you, Ravindra Garu. Thank you, all the participants. So, you all know it's a festival worldwide that every individual should at least realize. So, in the busy life, 365 themes are there, some activities, some different days that we are celebrating, but all are not. You can keep this World Environment Day in the top of this list of this international.
Sir, I think there is some network issue.
Technical network issue. So
Yes, sir. We can hear you and see you. Please continue.
yes, sir. So as usual, every day, every year we celebrate World Environment Day. So this year, the focal theme being action on climate. So there should be some action, serious action from all the parts of the world countries, that is, they should think the climatic changes, conditions, and there is the western part, some Azerbaijan, one city, is a country. So they are hosting this World Environment Day of this 2026 year. In my view, theme whatever it is, ultimately it is a primary responsibility of every human being on the planet Earth to realize the significance, the value of environment. Because I mentioned many times in my lectures, only planet Earth has got a beautiful environment for supporting life, not just human life. If human alone is allowed to live in a planet, he cannot survive. The millions of creatures which are there on planet Earth, they are all doing their role in maintaining this environment suitable for biolife. So among this biolife, human creature is one of the creature. And of course, everyone has to realize the kind of negative that one creature, which are nothing but ourselves, human beings, instead of following the law of nature, we always violate that rule or law and always think in a selfish manner, and the complete reason, complete cause for any damage to this environment and damage to the future generation and any negative on this planet Earth, the only cause or only reason is human being. At least every student, from whatever standard, whatever level they are studying, they are involved in education. Because human being, almost in his whole lifetime, people keeps learning. But a serious learning will be there up to some 20 to 30 years. So this important stage of life, if every student realizes, that is where this kind of programs are called, organized. Today I'm very happy listening to even the morning FM also. There is some these Telangana state forest administrators addressing the people's, any doubts or any clarifications related to this environment and the role of forests, role of wildlife. So like that, every department, everybody. So it should be a mandatory program, particularly in all educational institutions. Unfortunately, our education system, the entire schools not reopened in our Telugu states. So the major sector is the, the school education. And they are the right audience who will take some good points from the seniors or the at that age. Actually, that should go. Of course, the government may give a circular or something. Once it is reopened, within first week or within 1 2 weeks of every year academic starts, they must celebrate World Environment Day. It doesn't require to be take to conduct a program something on June 5th, though it is declared a World Environment Day. But the major thing who are going to change this are going to take a crucial role in future is these youngsters. So maybe this is a point what I observed personally. So the schools, though we cannot ask them to reopen by June month, June 1st, June 2nd, like this. Let it continue the academic curriculum, academic timetable, schedule, whatever. But within first 2 weeks, they should mandatorily organize, conduct this World Environment Day. Is a very good advice. Probably, maybe somebody connected to the education department somewhere, media. So somebody will speak and somebody will consider this request. That is from my side, my observation. Because all those young students, young generation, school level, they should realize, because from pure foundation where I represent and another organization, Center for Environmental Development, we are organizing some free lectures to the school students. One Earth for Life. The first several topics connected with planet Earth and environment and the technologies, because we are advancing very fast and not just using planet Earth alone. We have a major stake in this space also. The human being, all world countries, particularly who are into space technology, space program, they are not only confined to the planet Earth, beyond Earth and its environment, we are having certain activity, we are taking advantage of all that because of our knowledge and scientific development and all. So through space, from space also, we are regularly, continuously sensing the surface of Earth and knowing the natural resources, where they are, where, what type of information. So present day is a totally different scenario. You can have the entire Earth information on your fingerprints, on your smartphone. So honestly speaking, I just want to say a few words. As we all know, every year a new theme. Only it is, for example, something when we India hosted was a pollution related. Plastic pollution was our focal theme. When India organized, conducted this World Environment Day, hosting every year consultant. See, every theme connected to environment only, and the conclusion is majorly, take part in green cover development. So the only easiest, simplest activity that human being at all ages, human, see from primary school onwards, that young kids should be habituated to grow a small seed. So let them see, observe how it grows day by day. Like that, they should keep on growing every month a new plant, something like that. So we should bring some kind of part of our human life, and within the life tenure, an individual should have a record also that how many plants he contribute to this planet. And there is no particular age or something. So a person who is going to die tomorrow can also do some good work, good thing to this planet Earth is, seeding something and raising a sapling. So all such things. So the easiest, simplest thing, because the climate conditions, the suitable environment for life, all can be balanced with this major activity, that is bringing up these plantations. So world countries, particularly countries with significant geography, they all part of a group. You call whatever them, COP11 or different, depending on that particular east part of the world, western part of the world, like that. So they have some groups for this sustaining this environment. So they took promise to dedicate a percentage of geography of their country's geography for nature to sustain. We call it a reserved forest. We call it a reserved forest. That means certain percentage of country's geography is dedicated for only nature. No human right on that land. Let nature grow. All other biolife, the flora, fauna, wildlife, everything can live, can take their role, live their life. For that, these countries they announced according to the size of that country, geography they are having certain percentage. So India also promised 33% of our geography should be under reserved category, that is under, and that reserved land will be monitored, managed by a department called Forest Department. So the land under each state forest will be under that forest state government forest department only. They are the custodians. But overall, I want to bring one point here. Though India announced 33%, of course, that target is 2030. 2030, India should reach 33% forest cover or 33% reserved land, reserved for nature. And if you see the statistics as on today, we are below 26%, 25.71 something. That is our actual cover, forest cover. So even within this 25%, certain around 3% tree cover is also there. And the protected areas, wildlife sanctuaries, national parks, all such things also there. Interesting factor is within this 25.7 or whatever, that around 26% of reserved land, around 9.5% is open forest only. So this is a major concern that every particularly government should think something on this. Forest department should come up with some proposals. See, out of 25-26%, 9.5 is almost one third is open forest only. That means no vegetation. It is a bare, degraded or open land or any fallow or whatever category without any green cover, without any vegetative layer. So more than 9% is there within this reserved category, reserved land. So probably they can take up, it is high time, because in the remaining revenue land, other than this forest cover, forest declared land, remaining land is under the ownership of the people and ownership of the government. So generally the ownership where land is suitable for cultivation, that will be in the ownership of people of that village or something. But a land not suitable, but it is not declared under forest cover, it is a rocky area, a degraded land, not suitable for cultivation. All such lands are government lands. So that is also considerable percentage is there. That means one is reserved land, another one is under, it is called revenue land. Revenue land again two major parts. One is a private patta, which is under the ownership of people of this country, and certain percentage of land not suitable for cultivation is declared as government land. So two major groups are there within forest, the open forest area, within revenue, the government land. So I appeal to the state governments of this country, focus on this two category of lands where there is no dispute, no issue. Government can directly bring out a strategy how to convert this open forest and the government land in the revenue part of the country's geography into a green cover. That is my appeal. Probably present day, if more every individual and every student, if they realize, they understand the value, importance of world and the environment for the future life and planet, future generations, many things are there to discuss on. Keeping all those future, at least these two, where there is no, you need not go and invest money. You have, I gave a specific category of lands which are available, and only you derive some strategy, like use, like involve the local communities. Ask the villagers to form a society and then allot them that open forest, allot them this government land. And that should be monitored. Wonderful solutions, technologies are there today. That is, every square meter area can be seen in detail. That is the resolution we achieved through remote sensing technology. So very high resolution satellite data. We used to talk low resolution, medium resolution few decades back, but today we are talking not high, very high resolution. Less than 1 meter resolution pictures are called very high resolution. So when very high resolution imagery is possible through satellite remote sensing technology, anywhere you assign a society a piece of land for raising plantation, let that society take the fruits of that one, the products of that plantation. But government should identify and even give some financial assistance also to take up this plantation activity in a big way, not simply taking up when there is a rainy season. Okay, today or this day under Haritaharam or under Vanam Manam, some titles, we take a plantation in 1 day, 1 day, 1 crore, 10 crores, just for sake of Guinness records. That is just useless. Maybe my statement is not, I don't mean 100%. It is useful when the survival is there, considerable percentage at least. But nobody bothers about the survival of this plantation. The species we raise on a particular occasion for under some program, we plant and we grow. Instead, you make responsible, make a society, connect to it. This society given 100 hectares and even fund them and monitor through remote sensing technology. Are the plants are there, survival percentage, how much is there? All this. So there is all aspects, technology is there. Only thing is some sincere method in implementing is required. Maybe with that kind of request on this occasion, I thank all these participants. Many youngsters are there to follow with their own presentations, their own topics, these things. So I wish all the participants, all the speakers today's program, and then thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Ravindra Garu. So thank you, sir. Thank you, audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for taking your valuable time and addressing the gathering. Now, I request our student Beam to sum up the summary. So as we have seen, today Dr. Jayachandra has So we have seen various issues that are, pressing now, and we have seen how climate is impacting because of our negligence and, because of our, sometimes it can be negligence or irresponsibility, and sometimes, we are not able to be very conscious in our efforts. That is causing, a lot of damage to the planet and environment. And we are happy to have collaboration with Center for Environment and Development and also Pure Earth Foundation for organizing this national conference. Though we have turned out to be national conference, but we have international presenters also today. So once this would be a truly international seminar today on this occasion, as we have participants from other countries as well. So now, the Dr. Jayachandra has widely spoken about the impact and how youngsters can make change and society, as a responsible, the individuals as a responsible and societies, how they can take responsibility and, having responsible societies in protection, conservation of the environment. Thank you, sir, once again, for joining us and gracing this occasion. And now I request Pradeep to address the gathering. So now our student will introduce Mr. Pradeep, who is an environmental activist.
Today, it's an honor to introduce a dedicated voice for animal welfare and compassionate action, Mr. Pradeep Yara sir. With 8 years of extensive experience in the field of animal welfare, he has devoted his efforts to animal rescues, public awareness, advocacy, and handling animal cruelty cases with commitment and responsibility. Over the years, he has worked directly with communities and stakeholders to promote kindness towards animals, respond to welfare concerns, and support meaningful changes through awareness and actions. His journey also includes working with international NGOs, contributing to initiatives and strengthen animal protection efforts, and expand the impact of welfare programs. His work reflects the belief that creating a compassionate society begins with protecting those who cannot speak for themselves. Today, today we warmly welcome you, Mr. Pradeep Yara sir.
Yeah, we welcome you, Pradeep, for your presence and request you to address the gathering.
Very good afternoon, sir. Very good morning, everyone, and very good morning, Ravindra sir, and also the participants. First of all, wishing you everyone World Environment Day. So today, when we talk about environment, we are actually becoming so self-centric. We only think that humans are the only species that has to survive on our planet. Human activity, name it, right from the use of plastic and also cutting out of the forest, deforestation, and also many other activity, industrialization, pollution. So these accounted to make our environment move us, and also ultimately the other species includes animals. If you talk about today, they are facing a lot of problems. Uh, Ultimately, it affected our survival also. We are seeing heat waves right now in India, and the temperatures are recording to 50 degrees centigrade, 45. Uh, because of all this is because of the human activity. We are forgetting about that an environment is only for humans, but it is also widely that we have to protect our nature, we have to protect our environment, wildlife, and also other species. A lot of initiatives have been taken up, like organizing sessions like this today. We are organizing events and programs. So as the youth of the nation, uh, it is your responsibility to protect our nature, and through innovative solutions. Many youth across the world today are like coming with new innovations and also technologies. So the conservation of our nature and environment starts with us. So thank you, Ravindra sir, for giving this opportunity. Uh, that's all.
Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, Pradeep, for addressing the gathering. And, you have highlighted on various effects of plastic and, industrialization, how, plastic has been used extensively. And because of single-use plastic, we have seen plastic is everywhere in the form of microplastics. It's in, plants, animals, and humans also. So we need innovations like especially the present youth can take a good leap forward by, actively promoting plastic-free environment and also promoting healthy environment. Thank you once again for joining on this wonderful occasion. We wish you all the success. So participants, if you have any queries, you are welcome. Then we will move on to presentations. So if you have any queries or observations, you can raise your hand. We encourage everyone to be proactive, encourage other participants and presenters as well. You can raise your hand and appreciate, unmute yourself, share your observation, comments, and let's make it more interactive. Let's not interrupt between the sessions. After the session is complete, you can raise your hand so that we can allow you to unmute. And you can also send direct messages to host to avoid any inconvenience to other participants and distraction. We have disabled, communicating between the members. So any messages or anything related to presentations, you can directly message to host. So we will be inviting presentations as per the message order now. So we have our first presenter for the day. Dr. Shubira Shukla from urban green spaces and mental health. Urban green spaces and mental health and ethnographic study of nature contact in cities. Dr. Shubhri Shukla, are you available? You can raise your hand. Dr. Shubhri Shukla. All the presenters are requested to be active. And once your name is called, you can switch on your video and raise your hand. Yeah, you can raise your hand first, then we will be giving you access. Kindly follow the instructions for the smooth conduction of the seminar. Yeah, Dr. Shubhri Shukla.
Good morning,
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, kindly switch on your video, ma'am. And all the presenters, keep your presentations ready. We'll be calling you as per the order in the chat box. Those who have not shared your presentations details, kindly request you to share the details. Do you have presentation, ma'am? PPT? Dr. Shubhri. I think there is some network issue. Okay, we will go with other presenter now. Dr. Mangala. Sorry, Dr. Shubhri Shukla.
Good morning, sir. Good morning,
ma'am.
everyone.
We welcome you to this national seminar.
Yes, sir. There was actually some network issue. And thank you to organizing committee for bringing IKS, Environment and Health together on Environment Day. Actually, since my presentation today is urban green spaces and mental health and ethnographic study of nature contact in cities. Since rapid industrialization has transformed Indian cities into concrete landscape, drastically reducing contact with nature. The building roads are replacing trees, gardens, and open land. As a result, people no longer walk under trees, sit by rivers, or spend time in gardens on a regular basis. The anthropological concept of nature deficits explain how reduced contact with nature environments disrupts human biological rhythms. Prolonged disconnection is associated with increased psychological stress and vulnerability to anxiety and depression. In India's traditional knowledge system, nature, called Prakriti, has always been seen a source of healing. For many generations, people have gardens, sacred groves, and riverbanks as places to rest, pray, meditate, and recover from daily stress. These places were traditionally recognized as integral to holistic well being. Urban planning not only disregards indigenous perspective but also allocates minimal areas for two green spaces. I would like to suggest that bring nature, Prakriti, back into our daily lives and city plans. Mental health in India or urban India depends not just on clinics but on access to tree, shades, and sky. No green spaces means more stress, more isolation, and more health cost. And I would like to end my session and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your contribution and participating in this national seminar and addressing on urban green,
Yes,
the
sir.
Prakriti of mental health.
Yes, sir.
And we wish you all the success and happy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for organizing committee, for bringing IKS and environment and health together on the World Environment Day. Actually, thank you to you. Thank you so
ma'am.
much, sir.
Yeah, actually, we have today kept it as an open platform, so that
Yes, sir.
till afternoon or evening, anyone who would like to, contribute to on this day, they can come and present. So thank you. We invite everyone. Please share this, link with them and ask them to join also, so that everyone together can contribute to this day. Thank you, ma'am. So now we will be moving on to next paper presenter. Do we have Dr. Magan Lal? Dr. Magan Lal, are you available? Okay, those who are sharing their details, kindly stay online till we invite you. Okay. Okay, Lakshmi Priya. Yeah, Dr. Lakshmi Priya, Assistant Professor, Department of English. Other presenters, kindly share your details in chat box. We'll be inviting you one by one. Yeah, Dr. K. Lakshmi Priya. You can start your video and presentation, ma'am.
Good afternoon. This is Lakshmi Priya, Assistant Professor from SDNB Vaishnav College, Krompet, Chennai.
Can you switch on your video, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Will you please allow me to share my video?
Yes, ma'am. We can't see you yet.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Now you are visible. Welcome, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you have PPT, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Is it possible to open my PPT?
Okay, just a second, ma'am. Can just minimize the registration form so that other participants are filling it up. Now you can share.
Yes.
Now you can start sharing your screen.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Are you facing any problem, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Shall I present without video? I couldn't, due to network glitches, I couldn't open the Zoom.
Okay, ma'am. Then you take some time, ma'am.
Okay,
You
sir.
can
I can
connect to
present
better network.
without my slide. I can present.
Or you can continue orally, ma'am, without PPT. No problem.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'm continuing now. Thank you for allowing me presenting my paper without the video. And it is a nice initiative. So I have to appreciate the entire organizers for making this initiative in the right time. So my topic is Namita Gokhale's, from the novel Namita Gokhale's Things to Leave Behind, under the perspective of climate change and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Although the novel is set in 19th century, it connects with colonial command. It reveals ecological concerns that are highly relevant to contemporary discussions on sustainability and environmental ethics. So the climate change has become one of the most pressing issues of the 21st century. Literally, literary texts, most of the literary texts are increasingly being studied for their environmental consciousness. Though eco-critical approaches, we understand how narratives represent the relationship between human beings and nature. Especially Namita Gokhale's novel, Things to Leave Behind, is not merely a historical novel. It also offers a rich portrayal of the Himalayan environment and highlights ecological values that are closely connected to sustainable development. So the major objectives of my study are to analyze ecological imagery in the novel and examining climate awareness, exploring its connection with sustainable development goals, and the study on eco-feminist aspects, and also to understand the significance of indigenous ecological knowledge. So based on these objectives, the research follows a qualitative approach. The primary source is Namita Gokhale's novel, Things Leave Behind. While the secondary sources, they include environmental studies, most of the environmental studies and sustainability literatures. So eco-criticism post-colonial ecology, and ecofeminism. They serve as the theoretical frameworks for my research analysis. The existing scholarship on the novel mainly focuses on history, gender, and memory. However, there is very little research connecting the text with climate change and sustainable development goals. So, this study attempts to bridge the gap. One of the most significant aspects of the novel is the portrayal of the Himalayan landscape. Mountains, forests, rainfall, and lakes are not merely background settings. Instead, they become active participants in human experiences. Hence, nature influences emotions, memories, and identities. The landscape itself emerges as a living force, reminding readers about the importance of ecological interconnectedness. Although the novel is set during the colonial period, it indirectly anticipates modern climate concerns. Colonial expansion altered natural landscapes and disturbed ecological balance. Activities such as road construction and settlement development led to deforestation and environmental disruption. These changes resemble present day ecological crisis and demonstrate how human interventions affect fragile ecosystems. So the novel also reveals eco-feminist dimensions. Women characters such as Dioki and Tilotama maintain profound relationships with nature. Their struggle for identity and freedom parallels the struggle for ecological balance. So, this reflects ecofeminist theory, which argues that the domination of women and the exploitation of nature are interconnected forms of oppression. So, out of 17 SDG, the novel strongly resonates with several SDGs. The first SDG is 13, number 13, 15, 5, and 11. These are the SDGs connected with. So SDG 13 focuses on climate action and environmental awareness, whereas SDG 15 highlights biodiversity and terrestrial ecosystems, and SDG 5 addresses gender equality and women's empowerment, and SDG 11 emphasizes sustainable communities and balanced human settlements. Thus, literature becomes a powerful medium for promoting sustainability and environmental consciousness. So, this study reveals five major findings. The first finding is nature functions as a powerful narrative agent. Secondly, colonialism contributes to ecological disruption. And the third finding is women represent eco-feminist resistance. And the fourth finding is indigenous ecological practices. They support sustainability. And finally, the novel remarkably anticipates current concerns about climate change. So this study recommends integrating eco-critical approaches into literary studies, promoting sustainability education, preserving Himalayan ecosystems, and recognizing indigenous ecological wisdom as a valuable resource for environmental protection. So to conclude my presentation, Namita Gokhale's Things to Leave Behind emerges as an important ecological text that connects history, gender, memory, and sustainability. So the novel demonstrates that literature can contribute significantly to climate awareness and environmental ethics. It reminds us that the future of humanity depends on maintaining harmony with nature. So humanity maintained, if the humanity is uh, making a harmony with nature, then everything could be fine. So we have to give space for all the living beings to live happily and sustain forever. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Any questions, sir?
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful contribution. Like you
sir.
have spoken about, Namita Goel novel to leave behind and
Yes.
the perspective of climate change and,
Yes.
how to analyze and examine the sustainable development. And you have spoken about eco, criticism, feminism, portrayal of Himalayan landscape, forest, rainfall, and dates. You have, extensively talked about various topics and ecofeminism theory and so on. In fact, everyone has a stake and everyone needs to contribute to this wonderful, cause of environment. Today we are fighting against, for the mitigation of climate change, and we all need to take part. Thank you for your valuable contribution.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
We wish you happy Environment Day and for your contribution. Wishing you all
Thank you,
the
sir.
success.
Wishing you too the same to
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you, sir.
Now we'll be moving on to next presentation. We have Mangla. Okay. So Miss Rama Deendayal. Yeah, Miss Rama Deendayal, you can unmute yourself.
Yes.
You are unmuted. You can start your presentation.
So I'm just sharing, sir.
You
Can I
want to
screen?
share screen, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just give me a moment. Yeah, now you can share your screen. Can open your PPT, ma'am, and then select the window.
Yes. Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, you can make it full screen.
Okay, sir.
Meanwhile, other participants, kindly share your details in chat box. We'll be inviting you. Yeah, ma'am. Please continue.
Yes. Good morning, esteemed colleagues, organizers of Helen Keller Institute and peers. I'm delighted to be here today for the online seminar on Indian National. I'll study. 1 second, sir. I'm delighted to be here today for the online national seminar on Indian Knowledge System, IKS, Environment, Health and Sustainable Development 2026. Happy World Environment Day. And today the official theme is Inspired by Nature for Climate for Our Future. This is led by the UN Environment Program, that is UNEP, The campaign focuses on driving urgent climate action, mitigating climate change, and utilizing nature based solutions to build global climate resilience. The global host for today is the Republic of Azerbaijan, with official celebrations taking place in the capital city of Baku. Okay, I'm Ms. Rama Deenadayalan, a counseling psychologist and psychotherapist who's doing my research in the Department of Economics uh, at Vistas, that is Wales Institute of Science, Technology and Advanced Studies, Palavaram. Okay, so my topic today is the architecture of coexistence, Prakriti, Prusha, and Panchama Bhutas as a cognitive framework for sustainability. So this is coming from our philosophy. It's also called as Sankhya philosophy or Samkhya philosophy. So I've just taken only the first two, that is the Purusha and the Prakriti. Okay. And also I'm just combining this with the Panchama Mahabhutas, that is the five great elements. Okay. So coming to Purusha. Prakriti includes all the cognitive, moral, psychological, emotional, sensory, and physical aspects of reality. Purusha is a consciousness which witnesses what these are doing. So, in the Indian knowledge system, the whole world faces environmental challenges such as climate change, pollution, and resource depletion. Sustainability has become a global priority. IKS, the Indian knowledge system, offers a unique perspective on sustainability through the concept of Prakriti, Purusha, and Panchamabhutas. These concepts help us understand how humans can coexist harmoniously with nature. In the IKS tradition, especially in the Sankhya philosophy, Prakriti and Purusha are two fundamental principles used to explain existence and human experience. Let's move on to Prakriti and sustainability. In Indian philosophy, Prakriti refers to nature and the material world. It includes forest, rivers, mountains, ecosystems, and our own bodies, that is, human beings. Prakriti reminds us that humans are not separate from nature, but are a part of it. Sustainability begins when we recognize our dependence on natural system and use resources responsibility rather than exploit them excessively. Thus, Prakriti represents the ecological foundation of sustainable living. Purusha and sustainability. Purusha represents pure consciousness or awareness. It is the observing principle that enables reflection and wise decision making. While Prakriti provides resources, Purusha guides how we use them. Sustainability is not only about protecting nature, it is also about developing awareness, responsibility, and ethical behavior. Purusha encourages us to ask, are our actions benefiting future generations or are they harming the environment? So, therefore, Purusha forms the ethical dimension of sustainability. Panchamabhutas and sustainability. The Panchamabhutas are five great elements, as the name itself explains. Akasha, that is space, it promotes openness and environmental planning. Vayu, air, reminds us the importance of clean air and climate balance. Agni, fire, represents energy and the responsible use of resources. Jala, water, emphasizes water conservation and protection. Prithvi, earth, highlights soil conservation, biodiversity, and ecological stability. According to the philosophy, the entire universe, including the human body, mind, and environment, is composed of these five fundamental elements. Respecting them means respecting the natural foundations of life itself. To conclude, Prakriti, Purusha, and Panchama Bhutas together create an architecture of coexistence. Prakriti teaches us to respect nature, Purusha develops conscious and ethical responsibility, Panchama Bhutas remind us of the elemental balance necessary for life. This framework views sustainability not merely as environmental protection, but as a harmonious relationship between nature, human consciousness, and the elements that sustain all existence. In today's world, these ancient insights remain highly relevant and can guide us towards a more sustainable and balanced future. So, the key takeaway is sustainability is achieved when conscious human beings, that is Purusha, live in harmony with nature, Prakriti, while respecting the balance of the five elements, Panchama Bhutas. So, any questions?
Thank you, ma'am, for wonderful presentation
Yes, sir.
on the official celebration and the way you have identified Prakriti as part of Prakriti is the human itself is part of Prakriti.
Yes,
we
yes.
have to identify ourselves as Prakriti. It's not Prakriti doesn't just mean the world or the animals or the plants. Prakriti means everything that is surviving on the planet, including human beings, animals, plants and all. So it reminds us that there is always connected to the, Prakriti, and, we are highly dependent on that, right? We cannot live without air. We cannot survive, and we cannot live without water. We cannot live without food. And, the nature has so bestowed us with so many resources. But unfortunately, we are exploiting those resources, and we need to connect back to our environment, So you have presented it in a very wonderful way, ma'am. And, how these Panchabhutas and all, we are able to, connect back and to the elements, basic elements of this, Prakriti, and how they are contributing, and how, we need to emphasize them in our day-to-day curricular activities and extracurricular activities. Like, we have to incorporate into curriculum.
And sustain them.
Yeah, and, we have to sustain the various measures and initiatives. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable contributions. And participants, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand so that you can ask. We feel, we encourage everyone to share your observations. Yeah. Gajan Mondal. Do you have any query? You have raised your hand. Gajan Mondal. Okay. So thank you, ma'am. Once again, we wish you all
Thank
the
you.
success. You can stop sharing.
Thank you very much, sir.
And we invite you to participate in upcoming programs also. We have a conference in this month schedule, 26, 27 June. So
Sure.
that is an international conference. So we will share you the link. Kindly register for that, and you can also make presentations on IKS and relevant topics. Thank you, ma'am. Wish you all the success.
Welcome. Thank you very much, sir, for this great opportunity, particularly on World Environment Day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Namaste. Now we'll move on to our next presenter. Magan Lal Molia.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. I'm sharing my screen, sir.
Okay, you will be presenting on 3 pillars of life. Yeah, you can go ahead and make your presentation. Yeah, Gajen Mondal, you can put your query in chat box. And all the presenters are requested to share your details in the chat box. So that we can also document it, and it will be easy in the certification also. If we don't have your details, again, you will face difficulty later on. So all the presenters are requested to share your details in the chat box. We have shared you the message. Kindly go through it and share your details in the chat box so that we'll invite you. Yeah, Gajen Mondal, you haven't shared your details in the chat box. What's your presentation topic? When your voice is not audible. Yeah, Magan Lal Molia. I think you have network issues, sir. You are getting disconnected. You can try once again sharing your presentation. Magan Lal Molia. Okay, we will move on then. If you have any technical issues, sir, you can.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yeah, please
Sir,
go ahead. We are
Aman,
waiting for your
yes, yes.
presentation.
Myself, Dr. Maganlal Esmolia, Professor at Department of Education, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. Title of my paper, Three Pillar, Health, Environment, and Sustainable Development. Now the start by the research paper. The health. Health is all the public and all the children and all the environment is the very big point in the this time, and is the environment is the very loose in the poor full environment. Then this the all the public is not plantation anytime if the any planter. So this is the one pillar of the health, and second pillar is the environment. Environment is nothing but is the environment is nothing but is the good and public is lose in this environment, and sub people are uh, problem in this the workful in environment. And the third pillar is the sustainable development. The sustainable development, these three pillar is the related in the one by one, and then it is the very good problem in implementation of this environmental three pillar is the all the public are the use in the plantation, and second is the government is give this full response in all the public and environmental solve the problem, and the world organization are the give is very, and NGO are the give the good environmental solve the problem, and all the public is the rainy season is the plantation, and this is the problem is you solve. So conclude is my paper. This three pillar is health and environment and sustainable development is the three pillar in the environmental. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for joining us on this and addressing on three pillars of health, that is environment, sustainable development, and which is very much pertinent to this World Environment Day. And we appreciate your efforts. We wish you all the success, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will move on to next presentation. So all the presenters are requested to share your details in chat box. We are calling one by one. Yeah, Gajan Mandal, you have not shared your details repeatedly. You are raising hand, and you are also not speaking also. What's your topic? You are not audible. I think you have to connect with other device. First, you test your device for audio and video and join. Because in this way, you are wasting the time of the participants also. Right? Fix the technical issues with you. We have given multiple times opportunity, but okay, Harshit Ben. Are you there, Harshit Ben? If you are there, you can raise your hand. Aarti Kaivari. The Gayatri Mantra in
Hello.
the Indian knowledge tradition.
Hello.
Yes,
May I
ma'am.
audible, sir?
Yeah, ma'am, you are audible. You can start your video as well.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
My first-
Welcome you to this national seminar. Please go ahead
Thank
with
you
your
so much, sir,
presentation.
for giving me this opportunity. My topic is the Gayatri Mantra is the Indian knowledge tradition and the literature of Pandit Sri Ram Sarma Acharya, a conceptual framework for promoting mental health and psychological well-being. Then I can discuss in this study the global mental health crisis. We all know modern challenges about stress, anxiety, and decision, and the limitations of our medical systems, which is very concise and very focused on the medical term. But we are focusing now, in introducing now the Gayatri Mantra, its foundation status in the Indian knowledge tradition as a tool for consciousness, refinement, and intellectual development. And the statement of the purpose for my studies establish a dialogue between ancient Vedic wisdom, the literature of Pandit Sri Ram Sarma Acharya, and the modern mental health science. This is my theoretical study. This is based on our literature, Vedic and Upanishad are, and the other secondary literatures of Pandit Sri Ram Sarma Acharya, who is wrote on almost 3,400 literatures about human lives. They describe Gayatri mantras for which are as a Vichar Kranti concept based on our emotional enrichment and our mindfulness, and mantra meditations are very useful for our mental health. Then the mechanism is that the psychological dimensions, the role of specific sound, phonetics, and rhythmic chantings, and its impact on neuropsychological impact, calming the nervous system and reduce stress. And I found many researches based on this, who says the Gayatri Mantra's citation is giving us peacefulness and also release our stress level and our depression level, and making our thought advance and more focused and more concentrated. And lastly, I conclude all these studies, Gayatri Mantra not merely as a rituals, but as a scientific tool for psychological well-being. The in future, I think it was a necessity to integration of Indian knowledge system and mental health for using Gayatri mantras and promoting our mental health and psychological well-being. Thank you so much, sir. This is my short research. It's based on theoretical concept to introduce Gayatri mantra as a specific tool for promoting mental health. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful contribution. In fact, we have so many things in our Indian knowledge system. Unfortunately, we are not, studying them. That's, a knowledge which we cannot forgo. And, entire world is studying, but unfortunately, the modern curriculum has, we have to
definitely, sir. Many more things and many more verses are impactful in our life, but we are not cover all these things.
Yes. Gayatri
Thank you
mantra
so
is
much,
wonderful mantra, it has so many syllables. Even if you do the linguistic analysis of Gayatri mantra or any mantra for that matter, and even if you do, psychological analysis of, even NIMHANS and AIMS has been conducting, some studies, scholars on
yes,
mantras.
they are conducting a research on pregnant women, which is facing pain in delivery time. They are very impactful. Gayatri mantra is very impactful for those women.
Yeah, we have upcoming international conference, ma'am, in this month, 26, 27. So you can also register and present your research work. We welcome you to register
Sure,
and
sir, sure.
contribute
Thank you so
your
much.
work.
Thank you so much.
Wish you all the success. So we have next presenter. Yeah, all the participants can continue their participation till the end of the session to, enjoy the sessions and also receive your participation certificate. Presenters, please continue sharing your details in chat box. So now, the next presenter. Pradeep, are you available for your presentation? So Mr. Pradeep, who is an environmental activist, he will be talking on understanding climate change causes, impacts, and role of youth solving in climate change problem. Yeah, you can start your presentation, Pradeep. And we request other presenters to share their details in chat box. We'll be inviting you one by one.
I hope my screen.
Yeah, Pradeep, it's opening.
Yes, one moment.
Yeah, now it's visible now.
Thank you, sir, for the confirmation. Hello, everyone. On behalf of the World Environment Day, so I wish you all world environment. So today I'm going to talk about understanding climate change, causes and impacts, and also the role of youth in solving the climate change problem. So today we are seeing the climate change, how it is having a great, tremendous impact on our life and also survival of life. The factors. So for I want to but go to the definition of it. Environment is the sum of living and non-living things around us that support and influence life on Earth. So environment is not about only human beings, it includes living animals and different species, trees, flora and fauna. These all together support life on Earth. So why do you really? Why we need to for life which is better and stable climate and future generations. Are we really caring for a question we have to think about? So I'm sharing one picture. If you can look about it, it tells a lot. Sorry. Yeah. Do we really care about it? Environment? Does it see in the lot of plastic over there and lot of which is spread over the it is taken from a it is this is a picture one has been taken the seashore. We can see lot of plastic, glass bottles. These are all nothing but human activity. This is nothing about environment or animals, any other species, which is all because of our actions. So this is our commitment towards environment, how we are caring for environment. Moving ahead further, what we are, one is pollution. As development is going at, industrialization is going at. We are seeing a lot of air pollution, vehicular pollution, and a lot of other pollution hazards. Another thing is deforestation. For every development activity today, trees have been cutting down and forest has been cleared up. So ultimately, lack of trees, which results in deforestation. At the same time, which affects the survival of the wildlife, and also trees which provides us shade. So lack of trees which also hamper our life also. Other thing is climate change and greenhouse gas effects. What we need to discuss any other reasons to talk about it, and greenhouse gas emissions. We talk about the greenhouse gas emissions. One is vehicular emissions and culture, where animals are already rather than as a species, and at the same time, animal agriculture, which is responsible for 14.5% to 16.5% global greenhouse gas emissions, the projected will be increased about 50% and the coming 2050. And at the same time, agrochemicals, lot of pesticides we have been using for agriculture. Before the green revolution, we use a lot of agrochemicals, which degrades the soil and which also affects the growth of the plants. And we have the radioactive waste, which has been released from the industries. Another thing is solid waste management. We talk about waste management. There is no proper waste management. Even everything has been dumped on the roads, and at the same time, there is no proper segregation of the waste. So these all contributes for environmental issues. And moving on further ahead, climate change is one of the most urgent environmental challenges which we need to discuss out of this for sessions or any other things which we have to discuss. Causes of the climate change. There are multitudes of causes for climate change. Here are the few things. One is burning of fossil fuels, natural fossil fuels like coal, oil, gas. These releases a greenhouse. And as I mentioned earlier about deforestation, to absorb the carbon, and industrial activities which emits toxic gases like methane, industrial farming, industrial animal agriculture, and a lot of use of fertilizers which contribute to toxic gases like methane, nitrous oxide emissions, for 40% global greenhouse gas emissions. Waste management, lack of waste management practices, which has given rise to landfills, and which creates a lot of toxic. And we also see the plastic, which where we are using, and the single use of plastic, which is not human life, but is also affecting animals and also marine life. A lot of fishes and all the marine, even tortoise and other species, which has effect because of the. So this is a picture which talks about the climate change and its effect. And moving further ahead, so climate change, what are its effects? When you talk about climate change, it is estimated that 821 million as it estimated that 800 people per annum. We all talk about sustainable development. We want, if we talk about zero people less from hunger. But as a change, I mean, food security, and as a matter of, because of it has affected climate extreme. There have been uneven droughts as a part of climate change. We see a lot of uneven, which gives to storms, which leads to disasters and induced displacement. And we have the devastating wildfires, which has actually maybe in Western countries also, even in India also, a lot of wildfires, which have a devastating effect. And we have the ocean coral bleaching and the loss of oxygen and blue carbon, which is and intense tropical cyclonic activity. Because of having a lot of cyclones, we are seeing nowadays in even Uttar Pradesh and certain parts of India, northern part of India, we have seen cyclonic activity. These are all because of the climate change, and which results a lot of associated large economic impacts, because it also affects the life of people, and a lot of economic activities also get hampered. We have the extreme heat and deadly impacts. Right now, we are seeing India's 50 cities. We are having extreme wearing to unable to, because all these are because of the climate change and also El Nino. These are change only. And why it is happening? Because of the human activities only. Going further ahead, how is climate change affecting biodiversity? The main driver of biodiversity loss remains is use of land, primarily focused for production. Human activity has already altered over 70% of biodiversity. And when the land is converted for agriculture, lost and face extinction. Right now, we are seeing in India, whenever we need any developmental activity, reserve forest is converted, and the reserve forest is converted either into for an industrialization or any housing activity. So as a matter, a lot of animals and plant species, they may lost their habitat, and moreover, they face extinction. Most of them, they got to the urban spaces. You might have seen a leopard has come into the urban spaces, an elephant has been coming to the urban spaces, a deer has been coming to the urban spaces, because this is all because of the human activity only. Because of one developmental activity, but climate change is playing an increasingly important role in the decline of biodiversity. Climate change altered marine terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems around the world. It has caused loss of local species, increased diseases, mortality of plants and animals, resulting in extinctions. On land, higher temperatures have forced animals and plants to move higher elevations or higher altitudes. Many move towards earth poles because of the consequences for ecosystem. The risk of species extinction increases with the event of the warming. We are seeing a lot of biodiversity loss has been happening, and several species extinction has been also happening because of the climate change. Going further ahead, this is a snapshot picture from the United Nations climate change. 4% of mammals has been losing half of their habitat for every 1.5 degrees centigrade of rise in temperature. And 8% of mammals losing half of their habitat for every rise in temperature. 41% of mammals losing half of their habitat for every 3 degrees. Look at this picture tells the picture demonstrates which going further ahead. It is only affect biodiversity. It is also impacting our health also. As I mentioned in the previous slide also, 821 million people are suffering from malnutrition in the year of 2017. Whenever there is a climate diversity, it also affects it is also because there is a food crisis because due to the uneven weather temperature patterns and weather events, there will be a lack of rains, and which results in the agriculture, famine conditions. So as a result, there will be a food crisis, there will be inflation, the highs and lows of the food commodities, and there will be a forced migration from the cities, villages, or even other countries as well. And we large events, which also creates a trauma, mental trauma, because if you see a lot of the times flood situations, which also have a detrimental impact on human health, that is mental health also, and resource scarcity. There is a lack of water, and at the same time, there is a diseases like dengue, typhoid, and various zoonotic. This all bad happens because of climate change, which has a detrimental impact on human health also. Moving further ahead, how can how can we address it? At the same time, as today youth, they are the future citizens of the nation. How can they solve the problems of the climate change? Young people are the forefront of climate action because then they are seeing and they are witnessing the long-term consequences of climate change. Awareness as an institution level, they can start with an eco club or environmental club, the academic institution. At the same time, social media, because today tech fingertips, so they can spread awareness in social media and other digital platforms, and also innovation. Today, youth, they have been developing a lot of and sustainable business models. So they can be a part of the innovation. One simplest thing is lifestyle challenges, lifestyle choices. So they can start reducing waste. They can adopt sustainable life choices instead of plastic bottle. Maybe they can switch to bamboo or any other steel, which is not plastic. So which is environmental friendly, and they can also adopt sustainability and we can also use sustainable transport service. A lot of use bicycling and carpooling, and they can use the public transport as a sustainable transportation. So that will reduce the vehicular emissions. And community action like you can organize replantation drives and cleanup drives. You can see a lot of these beaches and a lot of plastic over there. So they can, where the youth can form a team, and they can also organize such cleanup drives, and they can also part of local sustainable projects. Maybe they can also pair up with the government, and they can pay local sustainable projects. So moving further ahead, why youth leadership matter? They bring passion, and at the same time they can mobilize peers quickly through digital platforms. Nowadays, youth, Gen Z, Gen Z, any other, you can name it, whatever it is. So they are using a lot of digital platforms. So they can mobilize that, and they represent the future generations and most affected by climate change. Finally, I would like to say that on this world environment, natural nature, thank you once again, everyone, for so patiently listening to the presentation. Thank you, Ravindra sir, for giving this wonderful opportunity. Now that if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you, one and all.
Yeah, thank you, Pradeep, for your thank you, Pradeep, for your wonderful presentation on climate change and causes of climate change, how youth can play a significant role in addressing this climate change. And also you were talking about environment, which is some of living and non-living, and effects of plastic industrialization, deforestation, and about greenhouse gas emissions, and about global warming, and so many aspects which are very much significant and relevant. The present youth, it is their future, and it is high time that youth takes part and takes responsibility in protecting conservation of environment. Otherwise, in future coming days, it will be a hard time for everyone. Thank you, Pradeep, once again, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Yeah, ma'am. Miss Rama.
Just a feedback, sir. Pradeep sir, your presentation was so detailed, though the voice was breaking, but otherwise you had gone in depth. It was very nice. Congrats.
Thank you, ma'am, for the feedback.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
I think there is some technical issue towards Pradeep. So thank you, ma'am, for your appreciation. And it is all together we are, contributing to this by sharing our views and, our observations on how to conserve and the environment and make a better place to live.
Actually, the presentation has so much of detail, sir.
Yes, yes.
Actually, it was not audible only.
Yeah, yeah. We will request Pradeep, to share the recorded presentation so that we can upload on our YouTube channel.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, sir. I will share.
Yeah, thank you, Pradeep, and we'll move on to next presentation. Yeah, Dr. Pandu, sir.
Hello, sir, it is audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
The awareness program only related to the only youth and village level is not enough to conserve our environmental systems. We have to educate the politicians who are the crucial role making the policy making. Nowadays, the pharmacity is one of the project is in Rangareddy district. They are saying, government is saying that is the wasteland, but that is not wasteland. Forest land we cannot consider any of the wasteland. But so many villages is drowning there. They are losing their villages and their all lands and etc. In the same way, they are losing so much forest, so much specific species in their forests. In this area, and another project is there. Polavaram project is there. That area is called 50,000 of across, and 1 lakh people they are losing their lives. And in that area, 1 lakh above hectares of water submerged in this project. This land is not a simple land; it is totally fertile land. So many forest species and animals and others, they are living in that place. They cannot be reproduced. They cannot be reproduced again and again with any other process. In this process, environmental activists and our educators and scientists, we have to focus awareness the political parties and policy makers and ministers. Sometimes we have to educate the environmental clearance committee, which is consisted by the government of India and state-wise wings. This is my suggestion, and okay, thank you for giving the choice to present my observations. I visited Bhadrachalam area and the pharmacity area. I talk about all their stakeholders and benefiters and victims. That's why I'm presenting here. Thank you for your sir.
Thank you, sir. Like as you said, every project, and that too is such a big project, definitely goes through a lot of, deliberations, discussions, and, clearances also. It's not that easy to start a project. In fact, starting a project requires a lot of approvals. That's why many projects we see still there is a great demand. But, we are not able to start many projects where we see lots of water is, just flowing into the ocean without being properly utilized. And, where we see places are affected with droughts, we don't have water everywhere. But as you rightly pointed out, we need to balance both the development as well as, the needs of the people. And somewhere we have to compromise on certain things. And, how we are going to contribute or compromise again depends on various discussions of stakeholders, right? Everyone has to, contribute. In some way, like you said, we have to contribute our culture because we belong to that place. And our livelihood, our native language,
Their
culture.
language, they are losing their culture, they are losing their land, they are losing their
Yes.
specific relation and emotional attachment to the forest
Yes.
and
Hmm.
which affect their mental health. They are depressing. Their anxiety situations is there. Some people are dissociative disorder is there. Some people are addicted to the alcohol. They are getting these psychosis problems.
Yes.
Some people getting some amount and they are buying the bikes and going very speed and getting to the accident and lost their younger age. This the mental problems is there and physical problems is there in the social problems is there. That's why this is not only related only environmental. It is a center part in the social dynamo. We
Yes, sir.
have to both of. Thank you for yourself. Right.
As you rightly said, that is also psychosocial rehabilitation. That
Yes,
is
yes.
also part of, community rehabilitation. That is also part of this entire
Psycho-
process. Like as you rightly said, displacement happens.
Psychosocial and economic
Uh,
economic
economic
domains.
also. Yes.
Oh.
So that's where, I think we as a mental health professionals can, contribute where, when as a policy, we are also made part of the process and where administration can take us into confidence. And, in the part of the discussion or the entire process where we can also contribute counsel, the people who are especially involved in the entire process, maybe stakeholders. So we have to recommend, through our associations or through policy, we have to recommend a policy that even mental health professionals also to be made part of this process, so that we can also address and reduce the trauma, like, or the kind of anxiety they go through. Sure, sir, definitely. It's a very good contribution. We'll also organize some, programs on that exclusively, because there are a lot of, displacement, development, large scale development projects that are happening. But at the same time, it is the need of the hour, and, we cannot forego our development because we need the resources. But at the same time, we also need to consider what are the alternative ways and means to get those projects done without, affecting large population, without displacing the large population and especially indigenous population. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all once again.
Thank you, sir. We look forward for you in more sessions. We also have an international conference. Kindly join us, register and join us. And you can also present, similar topic research work on this. That will be a great, advantage for the research. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to next presentation. So we'll be moving to other presentations. So anyone else left for the presentation? Let me see. Niharika Singh, Assistant Professor, Indian Knowledge Systems for Sustainable Futures, Perspectives on Environment, Health and Well-being. Niharika Singh, are you available? Yeah, now you can start your video and presentation. Yeah, you will be presenting next. Be ready.
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, Niharika Singh.
Yes, sir.
There you
So can you please allow me to switch off my camera as I'm caring for my newborn? He is awake.
go. Okay, ma'am, no problem.
Yes, thank you, sir. Yes. So, hello everyone, respected chairperson, speakers, faculty members, and all my dear participants. I'm Niharika Singh, assistant professor at Lalit Narayan Mishra College of Business Management, Muzaffarpur, Bihar. Today, I'm presenting my paper titled Indian Knowledge Systems for Sustainable Futures: Perspectives on Environment, Health, and Human Well-being. I sincerely thank all the I sincerely thanks to the organizers for providing me with this opportunity. I'll move ahead with the introduction. The world today is facing serious challenges such as climate change, environmental degradation, lifestyle diseases, and mental stress. While while modern science has provided many solutions, traditional knowledge system also offer valuable insights for creating a sustainable future. Indian knowledge system contains centuries of wisdom that promotes harmony between human, nature, and society. This paper explores how these traditions can contribute to environmental sustainability, health, and human well-being. Moving forward, objective of my studies are to understand the role of IKS, Indian Knowledge System, in sustainable development. Second, to examine their contribution to environmental protection and health. And third, to explore their relevance for human well being in society. Methodology: this study is entirely based on secondary data collected from books, research, article, reports, and literature to Indian knowledge system and sustainable development. So, moving ahead, we'll be relating to environment and sustainability. One of the key teachings of Indian tradition is respect of nature. Ancient Indian philosophy view humans and nature as interconnected. Concepts such as Vasudeva Kutumbasya, meaning the world is one family, encourage people to care for all living beings. For example, many villages in India traditionally protected sacred groves where cutting trees was prohibited. These groves help conserve biodiversity long before modern environmental laws were introduced. Moving ahead, health and well-being. Indian knowledge system also provides a holistic approach to health. Ayurveda focuses on prevention and maintaining balance in daily life rather than only treating diseases. Yoga promotes physical fitness, mental peace, and emotional stability. A good example in the global recognition of yoga, today millions of people across the world practice yoga, and the United Nations observe the International Yoga Day on 21st June every year, highlighting its importance for physical and mental well-being. These practices are especially relevant in today's world where stress and lifestyle-related disorders are increasing. Further, relating it to human well being, Indian tradition emphasize not only physical health but also mental and social well being. Values such as compassion, self-discipline, moderation, non-violence, respect for others. For example, the principle of simple living and high thinking encourages responsible consumption and discourages wasteful lifestyle, which directly supports sustainability. Let's move to the major finding. The study finds that Indian knowledge system promote harmony between humans and nature. Traditional environment practices such as ecological conservation, Ayurveda and yoga contribute to holistic health. Next, ethical value encourages sustainable and responsible living. And lastly, many principles of Indian knowledge system align with the goals of sustainable development. Kindly allow me to conclude my paper. To conclude, Indian knowledge system are not merely a part of India's cultural heritage, but a valuable source of practical wisdom for the modern world. The focus on environmental balance, preventative healthcare, ethical living, and holistic well-being can contribute significantly to building sustainable futures. By combining all the traditional wisdom with modern science, and knowledge, we can move forward towards a healthier, more sustainable, and more inclusive society. Thank you. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention, and I look forward for your valuable suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Niharika Singh, for your wonderful presentation. We wish you all the success, and we have an upcoming international conference. So you can present your full research paper in that, which is related to health and well-being. We wish you all the success. So now we'll be moving to next presentation by Saida Afreen Banu. So she will be talking on impact of plastic and microplastic on environment and human health. Yeah, you can switch on your video and start your presentation.
Even in the air we breathe. Impact on human health can enter the body through food, water, and inhalation. May cause inflammation and irritation issues. Some plastic contains harmful chemicals that can affect hormones. Potential risk to the digestive, respiratory, and reproductive system. Ongoing research is examining the long-term health effects, impact on well-being and the environment, pollute oceans, rivers, and land, harm marine animals and wildlife that mistakes and consume plastic for food, enters the food chain and eventually reach humans, reduce the environment quality and threaten biodiversity. For example, microplastic have been detected in water bottles and seafood. Sea turtles, fish, and birds often ingest plastic waste, leading to injury or death. Solution for this is reducing the usage of plastic, carrying reusable bags, bottles, and containers. Recycle plastic waste properly, support eco-friendly and alternatives. Participate in awareness and cleaning up campaigns. With the conclusion, I would love to say every piece of plastic ever made still exists in some form. The question is whether it remains as waste or become our responsibility. Train your brain for a question. Why plastic always? Why not something replaceable? Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity to express myself. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Saida, for very well, presenting and talking on, impact of plastics and microplastics on environment. We wish you all the success in future. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now we will move on to next presentation. Our next presentation will be by Saida Samrin Banu, Impact of Air Pollution on Environment and Human Health.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Saida Samrin Banu, and I am student of second semester Helen Keller College. My topic is air pollution. Air pollution of the impact of air pollution on human health, environment. Good evening. Today, I am going to talk about the impact of air pollution on human health and the environment. Air pollution occurs when harmful gases, smoke, dust, and chemical contains the air will breathe. The air we breathe, it has become one of the most serious environment challenge of our time. Causes of air pollution: vehicle emission, industrial smoke, and factory wastage, burning of fuel foils, deformations, and agriculture and household waste burn. Impact on human health: causes reproductive disease such as asthma and broadcasting. Increase the risk of heart disease and stroke. Affect children's lung development. Fourth, weak of immunity, health system, and overall well-being. Impact on environment, contributing to global warming and climate change. Causes acid rain, damage forest and water bodies. Reduce crop productivity, status, biodiversity and welfare. Solutions: use public transport and renewable energies. Plant more trees. Reduce waste burning. Follow environment regulations. spread awareness about clean air pollutions. Conclusion: the air will breathe today sharp, the future we live tomorrow clean air in everyone. The responsibility. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Saida Samra for presenting on impact on air pollution on environment and human health. Congratulations. Wish you all the success. Now we will move on to next presentation by Shravya on different seasons and its impact on environment and health.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shravya. I'm pursuing special year education HI second semester. My topic is about different seasons. Seasons are distinct periods of the year characterized by the changes in the weather, temperature, daylight, and ecological conditions. They occur due to the tilt of the Earth axis and the revolution around the sun. Seasons influences human life, agriculture, biodiversity, culture, and economic activities around across the world. Next, coming to the seasons, we have four seasons. First is spring season, occurs between winter and summer, characterized by moderate temperatures and blooming flowers. Next, summer season, the hottest season of the year. Excessive heat may lead to the drought and the water shortages. Autumn season occurs between summer and winter. Harvesting of many crops takes place during this season. Winter season, the coldest season of the year. People require warm clothing and heating. Let's come to the topic contribution to the environment. Maximize photosynthesis, helping plants produce food and oxygen, supports crop growth and agriculture productivity, encourages the activity of pollinators such as bees and butterflies, facilitates nutritious cycling through increased biological activity, fallen leaves decompose and enrich soil with nutrients, helps prepare plants and animals for winter, allows many plants and animals to rest and conserve energy, controls populations of pests and harmful insects. Snow acts as an insulting layer, protecting plants, roots, and soil organisms. Environmental changes. Environmental changes are the alterations in the natural environment caused by the natural processes or human activities. These changes affect ecosystem, climate, biodiversity, and natural resources. Sustainability. Sustainability means using a natural resources responsibly so that present needs are met without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Seasons occurs because the earth is tilted at an angle of about 23.5 degrees and revolves around the sun. Conclusion: the environmental changes affect ecosystem and human life, while sustainability helps protect resources for the future generations. Seasons occur due to the Earth flit and the revolution around the Sun and play a vital role of maintaining environmental imbalance and supporting life on Earth. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shravya, for presenting on seasons and its importance on environment and health. Congratulations. We wish you all the success. Now we will move on to next presentation. Next presentation is by Lavanya on Our Earth. Lavanya, you can unmute yourself and start your video.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lavanya from Hellen.
Coming to the point, let me extend this topic for introduction. Earth is the third planet from the sun and the only known planet that supports life. It is our home, providing air, water, land, and resources necessary for living organisms. Important facts about the Earth. Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. Around 71% of Earth's surface is covered by water. The remaining 29% is land, consisting of continents and islands. Earth has one natural satellite, the Moon. It taking 24 hours for Earth to rotate one on its axis, creating day and night. It takes about 365 half day by days to revolving around the sun, creating a years. Layers of Earth, crust, mantle, inner core, and outer core. What is crust? The outer solid layer where we live. And a thick layer of hot rocks lead to crust. Outer core, mostly liquid iron and nickel. Inner core, a very hot solid ball of iron and nickel. Importance of Earth provides oxygen for breathing, supplies water for all living things, supports plants, animals, and humans. Maintain a plants maintains a suitable temperature for life. Ways to protect Earth. Plants more trees, reduce plastic use, save water and electricity, recycle and reduce materials. Keep the environmental clean. Why we don't feel the Earth movement? We don't feel the Earth movement because everything around us is moving along with it at the same speed. Why don't we feel it? Earth rotates on its axis. The Earth spins once every 24 hours. At the equator, the speed is about 1,170 km per hour. We don't feel this motion because the air, buildings, and the ocean are all moving together at the same constant speed. Conclusion. Earth is a unique and beautiful planet that supports life. We should protect and care for our Earth so that future generations can enjoy a healthy and safe environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lavanya. Congratulations for your presentation on our planet and our Earth. No, Earth is a perfect ecosystem and we all need to protect, conserve, and maintain that ecosystem. Otherwise, we'll have climate change and other related issues. Congratulations. We wish you all the success. Now we will move on to next presentation by Alish on noise pollution. Yeah, Alish, yeah, you can proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Salisha, and I'm going to tell about the noise pollution and awareness about noise pollution. So, noise pollution means unwanted or excessive sound that disturbs people, animals, and the environment. Increasing traffic, industries, loudspeakers, construction works, and electronic devices have made noise pollution a serious environmental problem. So, creating awareness have made noise pollution a pollution serious environmental problem. So, creating awareness among people and the public, controlling over creating unnecessary problems on earth and ensures a healthy life. So, meaning of noise pollution is like refers to harmful sounds that affects human health, wildlife, and daily activities. Sound about safe limit can cause stress, discomfort, and health problems. So, major source of noise pollution, traffic and vehicle horns, industrial machines and factories, construction activities, loudspeakers and high volume music, firecrackers and celebrations, household appliances and gadgets, airports and railway stations. So, effects of noise pollution on human health, hearing loss and ear problems, stress, anxiety, and irritation, lack of concentration, sleeping disorders, high blood pressure, and high heart problems. On earth, on environment, disturbs animals and birds, affects communication of wildlife, creates imbalance in ecosystems. On students and workers, reduce concentration and productivity, causes mental fatigue and poor learning. So, updated awareness measures to be taken by everyone. Promote no horn campaigns in cities and schools. Use silent and eco friendly methods. Plant more trees to observe sounds. Limit the use of loudspeakers and firecrackers. Spread awareness through social media and environmental programs. Follow government noise control rules. Encourage public transport and electric vehicles. Celebrate festivals in an eco friendly way. Create silent zones near schools and hospitals. Educate children about environmental responsibilities. So, roles of students and citizens. Avoid unnecessary honking, keeping music volume low, participation in awareness rallies, report illegal noise activities, encourage community cleanliness and peace. So, slogans on noise pollution: reduce noise, save life. Silence is healthy. Keep the earth clean and calm. Say no to noise pollution. Less noise, better environment. Thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations, Alisha, on presenting noise pollution. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll move on to next presenter. Presenters are requested to share their details in the chat box so that we can invite you one by one. We'll take a 5-minute break and then continue our sessions. Thank you, presenters and participants, for being us since morning. We request all the presenters to share their presentation details in chat box so that we can invite you one by one. Those who could not present due to technical reasons can share your details once again. Or you can also raise your hand. After sharing the details, we will allow you. Any presenters now willing to make presentation can raise your hand. We have more than 370 registered participants among those who have opted for presentations. We have around 50 plus. Yeah, Gajen Mondal. You can start your video and presentation. Check your audio settings. We can't hear you. Anyone else participants able to hear Gajen Mondal? Okay. Suva Harshita. Suva Harshita. Okay. Nikhil Purohit. Yeah, you start your video also.
Hello.
Yeah, you can start your video as well. Don't mute yourself. We are unmuting you. Yes, you start your video and presentation, ma. Nikhil.
Yes, sir, I present, sir. It's technical issues. Yes, I present.
You start your video also.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any network issue? If you have network issue, you can
Hello.
switch off your video
Hello,
and
sir,
continue.
everyone. Yes, sir.
Yeah, continue with your
Hello.
presentation.
Today I am presenting. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am going to present a green industrial relationship and promoting a sustainable development and ecosystem conservation from better future. My topic, and I introduce from this topic are the relative IR traditional focus on the relationship between employee and employees, trade union and government. However, in the 21st centuries, environmental and sustainability has become an important concerns in the industrial worldwide, and I am presenting a great industrial relationship in the preference to the integrations of environmental and responsibilities into the workplace relationship and organization practices. It encourages the employees to work together, not only the economic growth as a social welfare, but also the environmental protection. Need of the green industrial relationship. Rapidly industrialization has the continues of the several environmental challenges such as air, water pollution, climate changes, resources depletion, loss of biodiversity, increase in industrial wastage. Some issues are challenges faced by the many of century in 21 are these issues affects not only environment but also effect of employee health, productivity, and the community well-being. Thereafter, industrial must adopt a sustainable practices while maintaining a harmonious industrial relationship. And as next slide, the green sustainable development are means to meeting up a need without compressing our ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Is some green industrial relationship contribute to sustainable development by encourage efficiency of natural resources, promoting a green productivity technologies, reducing carbon emissions and waste generations, create safe and healthy workplace, support a long-term business comprehensiveness, is supporting of the management work collaborate of environmental initiative organization to achieve the economic and ecological benefit. The roles of employee and employees to adopt a employee adopted a eco-friendly technology, implement the green saving measures, promote waste reductions and recycling, invite a environmental training program. So some are the ESG goals and 17 goals of sustainable development to promote industrializations and promoting a corporate responsibility to promote flow of the practices in environmental awareness campaigning, suggest the innovation of idea, resources, conservation, support, organization, sustainability of goals. And such are the three plants of say, ecosystem conservation thought, green plantation initiative, water conservation program, sustainable waste management, renewable energy adaptations, and reduce of plastic and hazardous material. And some are benefits of green industrialization relationship. Improve of relations are improve employee health and safety, better employee and employee cooperation, reduce operation cost, reduce operation efficiency, enhance corporate image and stakeholder trust, contribute to national and goal sustainable goal. And the challenges are high initiative cost, lack of environment awareness, residence of the organization changes, limited technology experience, and lack of implement of economic policy. The sum I conclude, the green industrial relationship are present to modern approach where the economic growth and social welfare employ sustainability. So I am can encourage a collaborate between the employee and employee initiativity of can use to sustainable development ecosystem and conservation. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for everyone.
So congratulations, Nikhil, for presenting on green industrialization and which are promoting sustainable development and ecosystem conservation for a better future by reducing carbon emissions. We wish you all the success for your future endeavors. We'll move on to next session. Next presenter, you can raise your hand. Gajen Mondal, you are continuously trying, but you have to fix, kindly check with your, device, your audio is not working. You try with some other device and join the meeting. So any other presenter willing to make presentations? Danya?
Yes, sir. So I'll be presenting my PPT, but I cannot on my video due to some technical issues.
You have a PPT?
Yes, sir. It's a very simple one.
Okay, have you shared your details in chat box?
I personally messaged you because I had no idea.
Okay, you share it even after the presentation also.
Yeah, sir, sure.
Yeah, now you can start your video and share your presentation.
Okay, sir, just a minute.
And switch on your video as well.
Sir, if I on my video, I cannot like present properly, and or my video will be.
Or you just
clear.
switch on once and then we'll take a screenshot and then you can switch.
Can I do it after like, I don't think it's possible, so that's why. Kindly excuse me for this one.
It's okay.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dhanya, a student pursuing BA in psychology. Today, I'll be talking about this topic I've chosen, which is Prakriti and Psych. So I'll be starting it. I want us to think about how we view mental health today. See, if someone is anxious or depressed, we usually think it's because what's happening like in their history or their cognitive process or something that's in their head, right? But we completely ignore the fact that they're living in an environment. Is it a bad? Is it good? So I want to introduce this beautiful topic where nature meets mind. What our ancient system called the relationship between Prakriti and Psyche. So now we'll be looking back at how our traditional wisdom has helped us heal through some of the massive mental health crises we are facing right now. So, right. We'll talk about the problem that we're facing right now. So, psychologists are now diagnosing a massive wave of young people with something called as eco-anxiety, where it is this fear of environmental doom and climate crisis, where they have this distress or, it's give them a certain anxiety, distress. And I've realized that isn't just a political or climate problem, but it's also a mental health crisis. We feel isolated and anxious because we cut ourselves from the earth. Now, this is where Indian knowledge system has enlightened us. So, in Western psychology, it is believed that mind and physical world are separate. But in Indian psychology and Ayurveda, your mind has its own nature called Manasika Prakriti. Now, I'd like to introduce three gunas, which is Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. When we live harmoniously with nature, our mind rests in Sattva, which means peace and clarity. But our modern concrete lifestyles push us into constant rushes, which is hyper stress and anxiety, or Tamas, which is going into utter depression or feeling burnt out. So I can tell that when we try to fix our environment, we also fix ourselves, our mental constitution. So now I'd like to conclude by saying that by planting a tree or cleaning up oceans is not just, it shouldn't be just a job, but we should take it as a chance where we are trying to reconnect or rebuild our relationship with earth. So when we heal Prakriti, we also heal our own psyche. I think we as people should move our thinking or cognitive process away from egocentric and to ecocentric to build a sense of belonging. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Danya, for presenting on Prakriti and Psyche relation, and discussing on gunas, three gunas, and eco anxiety, and how to reconnect back by bringing in harmony and promoting gunas that promote harmony and well-being. Congratulations. We wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So we will move on to next presenter. Presenters are requested to share their details and raise your hand so that we can invite you one by one. This is wonderful opportunity for everyone on this occasion. So we request everyone to come forward and utilize it. So, okay, then we'll move on to next. Now Pranava will be presenting on Project Tiger. Pranava, now you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
I'll just take a moment to share my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pranava. I'm a clinical psychologist student. I'm here to talk about Project Tiger today, as it's also a topic of environment. And the reason I took about this topic is that I've seen very less people talking about how we are not caring a lot about animals, like how we are conserving, how the conservation of animals has not been one of the main priorities so far. But there are a lot of projects that have been going on, like Project Tiger mainly, because I've chose only one animal to talk about, because this is a one animal that's been very high extinction. So Project Tiger was launched on April 1st, 1973 under Prime Minister when it was about Indira Gandhi. And it was most successful wildlife conservation. And so far we've managed to save a lot of tigers using this Project Tiger. And it was established that tiger reserve across the country. Just a second. We've managed to establish a lot of zones, a lot of major tiger reserves in India. We have Jim Corbett, Uttarakhand. We have Ranthambore in Rajasthan. We have Pench, which was an inspiration for Jungle Book movie. You all know that. And there are Sundarbans. There is Tadoba. there is Malay, Tamil Nadu, there is Kaziranga, there is Bandipur in Karnataka. There are a lot of reserves that have been going on for only especially tigers, and we've managed to save a lot of tigers, and the numbers are right in front of you. It's like there were wild tigers in India in the year 2023 from 2,682 and more. And now we've protected so much in a wide range of area, like 75,000 of acres of land we've dedicated just to conserve tigers. And what is the relation between a tiger and how our ecosystem is being protected by the tiger is so fascinating that everybody might just think that tiger is just another animal that just, you know, is one of the main animals that plays a major role in the food chain, but it also protects the forest in many other ways. It also conserves a lot of forest other animals. There are some points that I've put in this presentation. Project Tiger bridges the gap between humans and wildlife. Buffer zones allow local communities to live near reserves sustainably. Ecotourism creates livelihood while funding conservations. Anti-poaching units and camera traps Project Tigers 24/7. Community stewardship is key to long-term tiger survival. Then we have the last slide of my PPT, that is Save the Tigers, Save Our Future. If we manage to save just enough tigers in a pretty good amount of period of time, we manage to save very large amounts of ecosystem. Like there is a wide range of variety of ecosystems which we are going to save just by saving tigers, because it's connected to a lot of other things. And I just hope more animals come into priority, just like tiger is going on right now as a project by India. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Congratulations, Pranav, for your presentation, and we wish you all the success. As we all know, Tiger project, which was an initiative by the National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA, which was constituted under the Section 38L of Wildlife Protection Act, 1972. And further, as per the Section 38L, subsection 2 of the said Act, the authority consists of ministry in charge for the Ministry of Environment and Forest as chairperson, and the Ministry of State in the Ministry of Environment and Forest as vice chairperson, 3 members of Parliament, secretary, Ministry of Environment and Forest, and other members, which is a premier body. And the Project Tiger, which was introduced in 1973, for taking a pioneering initiative for conserving its national animal, our national animal, the tiger. From 9 tiger reserves since its formative years, the Project Tiger coverage has increased to 51%, where we had good development, which has been very much highlighted by Pranava. Congratulations, and we wish you all the success.
Thank you, sir. And for today's next move, I take the honor to introduce our Dr. Ravindra sir, a professor, faculty, and consultant in psychology, linguistics, medical psychiatric social work, counseling, career guidance, spirituality, mass communication, and journalism, public relations. Visiting and guest faculty, India for various organizations, institutions, members of various professional associations, organized, presented, participated in various webinars, seminars, workshops, symposiums, conferences, FDPs, training, awareness, and outreach programs in offline, online, and hybrid form at state, national, regional, and international levels. As a brief note, Dr. Sri Ravindra RM is a multidisciplinary scholar and practitioner with expertise in psychology, counseling, community development, social work, medical psychiatric social work, public relations, mass media, journalism, linguistics, language, environment, India knowledge systems, spirituality, medical, holistic health and well-being, and sustainable development. He is deeply committed to continuous learning and research on the role and the impact of language and linguistics across disciplines, fostering multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary approaches. A passionate, flexible, and open learner, he engages with complex phenomena through diverse perspectives. As a long life researcher, he seeks to contribute to society through pragmatic outcomes that promote holistic health, global peace, harmony, and sustainable development. I would like to invite Dr. Sri Ravindra sir to give us my presentation on this. Hand over to sir.
Thank you, Pranava, for your brief introduction and for your invitation. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the members of Environment and Biodiversity Students Club for taking this initiative of celebrating World Environment. And this is an apt occasion for everyone because environment is related to everyone, right? It's no one's single business. It's as a whole, every citizen has a role to play in the environment, in the protection of environment, in the conservation of environment, and in the promotion of environment. So today, we will see how these Indian knowledge systems and environment, health and sustainable development integrate traditional wisdom for a resilient future and as well as for holistic health and well-being. The contemporary world faces unprecedented environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, climate change, public health crisis, and unsustainable patterns of development, which we have seen earlier speakers were also talking about. Yes, development is necessary, but at what cost? We cannot destroy our own environment at the cost of development. So we need to focus on sustainable development. While scientific and technological advancements have contributed significantly to human progress, many modern development approaches have also accelerated ecological imbalance and social inequalities. And this is not just because of development, it has been there due to different factors that are lying in the society. In this context, if we look at Indian knowledge systems, which offers a holistic framework that integrates environmental stewardship, human health, ethical living, and sustainable resource management, which is time-tested. We have seen that planet has existed from billions and millions of years. And today, since last 300, 400 years, there is a huge destruction that is happening on the planet. And today, we have ventured in ourselves into complete destruction of planet beyond restoration. So this decade was designated by United Nations as a decade of restoration. So if we don't take action now, then things might get out of our hand and it can become even worse to the stage that we cannot restore our environment back to health because everyone has a role to play and environment has its own course of action to regenerate itself, right? To recover itself. But the kind of exploitation that is happening today is beyond the rate of regeneration, which is making things worse. The 21st century has witnessed rapid industrialization, urbanization, population growth and technological advancement. While these developments have improved living standards for many populations, but they have also simultaneously generated significant environmental and health challenges like climate change, water scarcity, air pollution, biodiversity loss, emerging diseases, and mental health concerns have become pressing global issues. We have seen new diseases and new disorders are a norm nowadays because of climate change, lifestyle habits, and because of various interaction between, the humans and as well as the nature and environment. So sustainable development has emerged as a guiding framework to address these challenges by balancing economic growth, social equality, and also environmental conservation and protection. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals, emphasize the need for integrating approaches that ensure the well-being of present and future generations. However, many contemporary sustainability initiatives often overlook indigenous and traditional knowledge systems that have successfully sustained communities for centuries. Indian knowledge systems, IKS, encompass a diverse body of knowledge accumulated over thousands of years through observation, experimentation, spiritual inquiry, scientific inquiry, logic, rational, and interaction with nature. These systems include Vedic knowledge, Ayurveda, yoga, traditional agriculture, ecological conservation practice, architecture, water management, and community governance. Indian knowledge system promotes a worldview based on interconnectedness, balance, and ecological harmony, offering invaluable insights for addressing modern sustainability challenges. Research increasingly recognizes the relevance of indigenous ecological knowledge in biodiversity conservation. These include various practices, climate adaptation, and sustainable resource management. Indian knowledge systems are rooted in a holistic understanding of reality where humans, nature, and the cosmos, the universe, are viewed as interconnected entities. Ancient Indian texts such as Vedas, Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Ardhashastra, and various indigenous traditions emphasize coexistence rather than dominance over the nature and environment. The concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, reflects a worldview that extends ethical responsibility beyond human communities to include all living beings. Similarly, principles such as ahimsa, nonviolence, dharma, righteous duty, and cosmic order encourage people interactions with the environment. Indian philosophical traditions regard nature as sacred. Rivers, mountains, forests, animals, and plants are often revered as manifestations of divine forces. Such cultural and spiritual values have historically contributed to the environmental conservation and sustainable resource use. Even various studies also indicate that Indian traditions contain strong ecological ethics that align closely with contemporary sustainability principles. When we look at traditional ecological knowledge, the traditional ecological knowledge, in short known as TEK, refers to the cumulative body of environmental knowledge developed by indigenous and local communities through long-term interactions with ecosystems since years together. Indian communities possess extensive knowledge regarding climate patterns, biodiversity, soil management, water conservation, ecosystem restoration, and so on. Indigenous communities have traditionally practiced sustainable harvesting, rotational agriculture, agroforestry, and biodiversity conservation. Such practices promote ecological resilience while maintaining livelihoods. Contemporary studies emphasize that indigenous environmental knowledge can significantly contribute to sustainable development and environmental conservation efforts. We have these natural resources seen and treated as sacred. The sacred groves represent one of the most significant examples of community-based conservation in India. These forest patches are protected due to religious, spiritual, and cultural beliefs. Local communities of it prohibited various activities, including tree cutting, hunting, and resource extraction within these areas. Sacred groves serves as biodiversity hotspots, preserving rare plant species, animal species, flora and fauna, medical herbs, and wildlife. Research highlights their role in maintaining ecological balance, groundwater recharge, and climate resilience. When we look at water management systems, India has a rich heritage of water conservation systems, including stepwells, tanks, joards, kunds, and various irrigation channels. These structures were designed to harvest rainwater, recharge groundwater, and ensure water availability during droughts. Traditional water management systems demonstrate sophisticated ecological understanding and community participation. We have seen various eras how they have conserved water. They provided valuable lessons for addressing contemporary water scarcity and climate adoption challenges. When we talk about sustainable agriculture, we have seen references in Indian knowledge systems. Agriculture has always been central to Indian civilization, and traditional farming practices were developed to maintain soil fertility, biodiversity, and ecological balance. So traditional Indian agriculture relied on organic manure, crop rotation, mixed cropping, and biological pest control. So these methods enhance soil health while reducing environmental pollution and promoting environment. So natural farming approaches inspired by traditional knowledge are increasingly recognized as sustainable alternatives to chemical-intensive agriculture. They improve biodiversity, reduce production cost, and strengthen climate resilience, and also empower farmers. Recent discussions in agricultural sustainability continue to emphasize ecological farming systems as viable responses to environmental degradation and climate-related challenges. Traditional farming systems integrate trees, livestock, and crops into diversified production systems and promotion of agroforestry and biodiversity. Such agroecological practices enhance carbon sequestration, conserve biodiversity, and improve ecosystem services. Indigenous farming communities often cultivate multiple crop varieties adapted to local ecological conditions. This genetic diversity enhances resilience to various pests, and also diseases and climate variability. When we are looking at holistic health paradigm, Ayurveda, health and sustainability, Ayurveda is one of the world's oldest systems of medicine, which is ever known to the humankind and remains a cornerstone of Indian knowledge systems. The term Ayurveda means science of life. It emphasizes prevention, balance, and harmony among body, mind, spirit, and environment. According to Ayurvedic philosophy, human health is intrinsically linked to environment health, pollution, ecological degradation, and disruption of natural rhythms negatively affect human well-being. Ayurveda promotes sustainable lifestyles through balanced nutrition, seasonal living, herbal medicine, and preventive health care. Recent discussions continue to highlight the ecological dimensions of Ayurveda thinking and its contribution to sustainable health systems. Nowadays, even yoga, we are celebrating International Yoga Day every year, which is a gift of Indian knowledge system to the world on June 21st. Let's all together reintegrate ourselves in promoting yoga into everyday life. Even traditional medical systems rely heavily on plant-based therapies, on medicinal plants, and promotes biodiversity conservation. The conservation of medical plants and herbs is therefore closely linked to both healthcare and biodiversity preservation. Many indigenous communities possess extensive ethnomedical knowledge regarding local flora. Such knowledge contributes to affordable healthcare while encouraging ecosystem conservation. Studies on indigenous ethnomedicine demonstrate the importance of preserving traditional knowledge for both health and sustainability. Like we have seen, yoga represents another major contribution of Indian knowledge systems to global well-being. Beyond physical exercise, yoga promotes self-awareness, emotional regulation, and holistic health. Research has increasingly demonstrated the benefits of yoga for stress reduction, mental health, cardiovascular health, and overall health and well-being. Sustainable development requires not only environmental sustainability, but also psychological, social, and emotional well-being. Yoga encourages moderation, mindfulness, simplicity, and responsible consumption. These values align closely with sustainable lifestyles and environmental consciousness, promoting sustainable development. Environmental ethics have been promoted in Indian philosophy through ethos. Indian philosophical traditions provide a robust ethical foundations for sustainability. When we look at ahimsa, non-violence, ahimsa extends beyond interpersonal relationships to include compassion towards animals, compassion towards plants, compassion towards ecosystems. It discourages exploitation and promotes ecological responsibility. Aparigraha, that is non-possessiveness, advocates limiting material accumulation and excessive consumption. This principle directly addresses contemporary issues of consumerism and resource depletion. Dharma emphasizes moral obligations towards society, nature, and environment. Environmental stewardship is viewed as an ethical responsibility rather than merely a policy objective. So scholars have noted that Indian environmental ethics promote ecological harmony and respect for natural systems, making them highly relevant to contemporary sustainability debates. Indian knowledge systems and sustainable development goals. When we look at many principles of Indian knowledge systems, align closely with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. If we look at various goals like SDG 2, Zero Hunger, the contribution of IKS is sustainable agriculture and traditional farming. SDG 3 concerns with good health, Ayurveda, yoga, preventive healthcare is contribution of IKS. And coming to SDG 6, clean water, traditional water management systems have immense contribution towards from clean water from IKS. Sustainable cities like SDG 11, which has immense takeaways from IKS, eco-friendly architecture and community planning. SDG 13, climate action, indigenous climate adaptation knowledge from IKS contributes significantly. SDG 15, life on land, as we have seen, sacred groves and biodiversity conservation promotes life on land and rich biodiversity. Studies increasingly emphasize that Indian knowledge systems can complement modern sustainability frameworks and contribute meaningfully to achieve SDGs. Despite their significance, several challenges hinder the integration of IKS into mainstream development. This is due to loss of traditional knowledge, due to globalization, urbanization, and lifestyle changes, and limited documentation of indigenous practices, which are not available readily in a synthesized form in the present language, and marginalization of local communities, insufficient policy support, intellectual property concerns, and lack of interdisciplinary research, and lack of sponsored funding on IKS. So the preservation and transmission of indigenous knowledge requires systematic documentation, community participation, and supportive institutional frameworks to conduct more research and publications. To effectively utilize Indian knowledge system for sustainable development, the following strategies are recommended through educational integration, incorporating Indian knowledge systems into schools, colleges, and university curriculum to foster sustainability awareness, promote interdisciplinary research linking traditional knowledge with environmental science, public health, mental health, preventive health, and sustainability studies, empower indigenous and local communities as an active partners in conservation and development initiatives through community participation, develop policies that recognize traditional ecological knowledge in environmental planning and climate adaptation through policy integration and using digital technologies like artificial intelligence and geographic information systems to document, preserve, and disseminate indigenous knowledge while respecting community rights with technological innovations. So finally, I would like to conclude saying that Indian knowledge systems offer a comprehensive and holistic framework for addressing contemporary challenges related to environment, health, and sustainable development. Rooted in principles of interconnectedness, ecological harmony, and ethical responsibility, these systems provide valuable insights for building resilient societies. So traditional ecological knowledge, sustainable agriculture, water conservation practices, Ayurveda, yoga, and environmental ethics collectively demonstrate the enduring relevance of Indian wisdom traditions. Rather than viewing traditional and modern knowledge as opposing paradigms, an integrative approach can harness the strengths of both systems. That's why there is a need to integrate both the traditional and modern knowledge, because modern science is just about 300 to 400 years, but traditional ancient knowledge systems, indigenous knowledge systems are existing and time tested since thousands and thousands of years. So there is a great need to integrate both and harness the benefits. As the world seeks sustainable solutions to climate change, biodiversity loss, and public health challenges, Indian knowledge systems can serve as an important resource for achieving ecological balance, human well-being, long-term sustainability. The future of sustainable development may not only depend on technological innovation, but also on rediscovering and revitalizing the Indian knowledge wisdoms embedded in humanity's oldest knowledge traditions. India has proved time and again has been Vishwa Guru for the entire planet. So once again, let's reiterate, as the children of Vishwa Gurus, we need to take forward the legacy of our sages, our great scientists and researchers to carry forward and lead the sustainable development towards protecting, promoting, and conservation of environment and nature. So with this, I would like to conclude and wish you all once again a happy World Environment Day, and let's all together contribute to the Environment Day. And I thank the Environment and Biodiversity Students Club for giving me this opportunity to share my words with you all. Thank you. If any questions, observations are there, you are welcome.
Hi, hello. Hello. Hello, hi. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Frank. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm speaking from Ghana, and I'm learning a lot from India, because as I'm speaking now, we have a serious challenge with flooding in our cities because of building the waterways, blockage, and so on and so forth. So it's a step in the right direction, and I'm learning a lot from your presentation, and I'm very grateful. And I think you are doing very well. And thank you for the opportunity to be part of this Environmental Day webinar. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Frank. Would you like to share, the conservatives from your country? We would love to hear what kind of sustainable, development practices that are adopted in your country.
So currently, I work in the cocoa sector.
Yeah, can you just switch on your video if possible? We would like to see you as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I hope you can see me. Yes.
Nice to see you.
Actually, I work in the cocoa sector.
You are working in?
Yes, I work in the cocoa sector. I'm the regional extension officer for Western North. So we in the cocoa sector, the cocoa.
Yeah,
cocoa production.
cocoa beans.
Yes, I'm an extension officer.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
the regional extension officer. Yes, cocoa beans. Yes, climate smart agriculture. So we encourage the farmers to do what we call dynamic agroforestry, which means that once you grow the cocoa, you don't really grow tree crops. You also incorporate shrubs, fruit trees, so that you can have a diverse kind of trees. And once you have a diverse kind of trees, the pests don't depend on only cocoa. They feed on other species also, which allows the cocoa to also bear. Then you can also sell some of these fruits in order for you to generate income. You know, cocoa is a tree-loving plant. And apart from that too, we allow them also to make sure once you clear the land, you leave the biomass on the surface so that it can actually mulch the soil to prevent runoff. And also, you make sure you don't use a weedicide. This is what we're preaching them. In the city also, we're also encouraging planting trees in the cities. Make sure you leave Ramsar sites, the wetlands. But unfortunately, people are encroaching wetlands, filling it, building houses. And this is a challenge. So, in all our ways, we encourage them to use indigenous water harvesting. You go to people's farm, they have put the rubbers there where they trap this water and they use it to water their lands. And so these are some of the measures that we are putting in place to make sure that at least we use indigenous knowledge in preventing climate change. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, ecological practices that are,
yes.
We see that you are also environmentally conscious and you are contributing to the environment. Thank you for sharing your, wonderful thoughts and observations and practices. Thank you. Yeah, anyone else would like to share? You are welcome.
Yes, really. I am. Yes, really. So that eco environment, well, at least we didn't make sure we did to first centers. So this is what we are planning to do.
Yeah, thank you, Frank. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah.
And for your contributions.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be part of this all-important webinar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We have Dr. Mallikarjun.
Yes, sir. Sir, how to make awareness about sustainable development in rural India?
Sir, your voice is very low. Can you increase your volume? And also kindly switch on your video. Okay, let me see. How to make awareness about sustainable development in rural people. Okay. See, actually, rural people are very well aware of sustainable practices. We need not go and teach them. We have to learn from them. Basically, we are, because of this urban culture, and rapid urbanization. So we are moving away from, practices, those conservative practices, which are very much visible, very much practiced in rural areas. So, I don't think we have to teach a rural population about ecological practices. Yes, definitely. I understand your question in a different perspective. Like, yes, because of promoting high yield and various other aspects, people are using more pesticides and herbicides and all. So maybe by moving towards organic agriculture and or reducing the kind of fertilizers, chemical fertilizers being used, we can reduce, and also adopting the traditional practices instead of the modern practices which are more harmful. So it's not the traditional or modern, but it should be more sustainable, less harmful to everyone, including plants, animals, and the environment. So such practices we need to carry forward for protecting our environment. Hope that addresses in brief. Yeah, anyone else would like to ask or share? You can give your feedback also. And we have some few international participants also, presenters. Okay, Gajan Mondal, have you fixed your audio issues? You can unmute yourself. See, can you try logging in from other device, or you can use some friends or family members' device? See, everyone is able to, communicate, but unfortunately, we are not able to hear you. Okay, anyone else left? We are going to conclude soon after a few presentations. Pallavi? Yeah, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. I didn't understand. How can I share my PPT to you?
Sorry?
Actually, I didn't understand how I share my PPT.
Okay, just a second. Can you switch on your video?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay, now you can share your presentation.
Where I actually don't know.
Open your PPT, then click on shares and select the appropriate window. And those who all are participating, kindly register through Google registration form, and also mark your attendance in Zoom registration form, so that it is easy for us to identify you and issue certificates. Yeah, Pallavi, please go ahead.
So can I speak with PPT?
Yeah, you can present orally.
Because I didn't
if you are
understand.
unable to share, no problem.
Okay, thank you, sir. First of all, thank you so much, Ravan sir, to allow me to present my topic. My topic is health, nature, environment, and sustainable development. Myself is Pallavi, and I am a scholar, and I'm from Hyderabad, Uttarakhand. Health, which is related to our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual content. If it is unbalanced in any area, we feel unwell. And nature, where as Rama ma'am says, Prakriti and Purusha, and Dhanya ma'am says Prakriti and Triguna. If there is any balance is there, it also feel unwell and uncomfortable. Environment, which is surrounded us in Panchmahabhuta, water, air, and all the things. If any unbalance in these things, we feel unwellness feel depression, feel uncomfortable, irritated, disappointed. All these things make, if we make them uncomfortable, then it becomes sustainable development in all the person, which we can say health and nature. Nature plays a vital role in human being, like clean air, pure water. If we inhale in a polluted air, we didn't feel good. We uh, uh, nearly ill. If we drink polluted water, we also ill. But we take inhale and exhale. In clean air, we drink pure water and nutritious food, which is come from direct nature. We always feel healthier and calm. Spending time in a green space reduce our stress, anxiety, and depression. As we know, in the evening or in the morning, we walk in a park or in a place where there is so much greenery. In spite of so much tension, in spite of so much work, we feel little bit less anxiety. We feel little bit less depression, and we understand what is the problem. How can we overcome from this? So these are is always happen in green in the lap of nature. Natural ecosystem help regulate climate and prevent the spread of certain disease. When we start and live, regulate climate. Like when it is the summer season, we live accordingly. When it is a rainy season, we live accordingly. If it's a winter season, we live accordingly. Then our diseases will be reduced in with us. Research shows that people living closer to park and natural environment often experience better physical and mental health. As I read different researches where we find out when people go to natural environment like parks, beaches, river, in the back of rivers, near the mountain, as in the summer vacation, when the people feel find the summer vacation, they go to mountains, Gangaji, Rishikesh, Haridwar, or Shimla, Himachal. They feel little bit physical and mental health uh, calmly. Environment and human health connected with each other. Environment, if it is full of, as Nanya ma'am said about Triguna, Satra Jantam, if environment is full of Satguna, like there is a purity, clarity, and there is a balance in the environment, then we understand how environment influence our health. The quality of environment directly affects our health. We can say it if it is very clear, very pure. We feel like it's a fly in the air, like butterfly. But there is a some challenge in environment. We can say air pollution causes respiratory diseases. If as we are living in a westernized lifestyle where we are in the race of competition, there is not too much greenery or nature. So there is a air pollution due to the factories, due to the vehicles, due to the some other things, so that we got respiratory diseases. Water pollution leading to intense infection and health problem. If we see in Delhi, Yamuna, due to only water pollution, the person the people who are living in Delhi, they didn't feeling good health. They always face any one of diseases in their like infection and other things. Improper waste disposal, containment soil and water. Today we are using too much plastics and other things which is not dissolved easily. So they just not dispose properly in soil. Just they dispose in water like ocean in a well in a land. They become like a mountain which is not like become I forget, sorry. Um, protecting the environment is therefore not only an ecological responsibility but also a public health necessity. If we are doing a normal duty that put the tree and just save them and protect them and give the water to grow up them, then we can protect environment and also our health. Sustainable development is here. If we balance the environmental wheel, then our sustainable development automatically done. Sustainable development use resource responsible so that future generation can enjoy the same opportunity and quality of life. If we use resources properly, like if we need 2 clothes, then we buy only 2 clothes, not 10 of clothes. Because if we use 10, then there will be production will be more, then we will use the main resources more. Then we cannot give the opportunity in the future. The concept rests on 3 pillars: environmental sustainability, protecting nature resources and biodiversity; social sustainability, promoting health, education, and social equality; economic sustainability, supporting economic growth without harming the environment. The goal is to create a balance between people, planet, and prosperity. Importance of sustainable practice: we can contribute to sustainable development through simple actions like reduce, reuse, and recycle. What we are using in our daily life, if it is not disposal easily, we can reduce that thing. And what is we can reuse? We can reuse. Just as we use toothbrush, we use it daily, but when it's not useful, we use it to clean the our shoes. We clean the side of very small places where our cloth cannot touch. So we use like recycles. Save water and electricity. Use public transport or cycle when possible. Almost today, everyone is using their personal vehicle, so that there is so much air pollution also going on. But when it is possible, then we can use cycle. Plant tree and protect green spaces. Reduce plastic consumption. Support environmentally responsible products and practice. Small individual actions collectively create significant positive impacts. In conclusion, we can say health, nature, environment, and sustainable development are interconnected aspects of human progress. A healthy environment supports healthy people, while sustainable development ensure long-term well-being for present and future generations. By respecting nature and adopting sustainable practice, we can build a healthier, greener, and more sustainable world. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, to listening me. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you, Pallavi, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And we wish you all the success for your future endeavors. Anyone else would like to present? You are welcome. Anyone who left out, who have registered but could not present earlier, or anyone who would like to make presentation now, you are welcome. From the participants, if anyone is interested, or if you want to share your feedback or observations, you can unmute yourself. Okay, then we'll move on to next presentation by Xavier. Xavier, you can unmute yourself, start your presentation.
Yes.
Start your video as well.
So good evening, everyone. Today my topic presentation is on how water pollution is affecting the aquatic life. So I'm just gonna share a PPT One second. Shit. Sorry. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
So as you can see, today my topic is on how water pollution is affecting the aquatic flora and fauna. So first of all, what is water pollution? Water
1 minute,
pollution.
can you make, excuse me, can you make it full screen?
Yes, ma'am. It's full screen,
Yes.
I guess.
Okay, if you cannot make it full screen, continue. Please continue. No problem.
Yes. Water pollution is the contamination of water bodies such as rivers, lakes, oceans, and groundwater by harmful substances like chemicals, biological, biological wastewater are making is making the water harmful for the living organism and the water ecosystem. There are majorly four types of water pollution. Industrial water pollution, which are in which we have factories discharge heavy metals, chemicals, and toxic waste into waterways, which affects the flora and fauna of the water bodies. And next comes the agricultural water pollution, in which fertilizers, pesticides, and animal waste seep into the river and groundwater, which indeed again affects the fauna, aquatic fauna. Urban runoff. Uh, Urban runoff is sewage, plastics, and road chemicals flow into water bodies after rain. For example, I want to share an incident where yesterday near our college we had a heavy rain in which there was a lot of flow in water, and the water was moving into the sewage after flowing on the road. Uh, so that's how the water pollution occurs. And next are oil spills. Oil spill water pollution are accidental petroleum leak coat water surface which affects the aquatic flora and fauna. What are the key components in water pollution? There are majorly 6 types of key components in water pollution. The first one is heavy metals, example lead, mercury, and arsenic. They bioaccumulate food chains, cause organ failure in fish and bird. Next come plastics. Example microplastic and nanoplastic, which entangle and injure wildlife and leaches toxin into the tissues of the aquatic animals. Next is sewage. For example, pathogen and biochemical oxygen demand, which is also known as BOD, which depletes dissolved oxygen and spread diseases among aquatic species. Next comes nutrients. Example nitrogen and phosphorus, which trigger algal bloom, causing oxygen depletion, which is also known as eutrophication. Pesticides, example herbicides and insecticides, disrupts hormonal system in aquatic animals and kills the aquatic invertebrates and fishes. Thermal.
Kindly move the slide, please. Change the slide
Ma'am,
because your content is very nice. Okay.
actually, I'm not done with the slide. I will
Okay, no
move the-
problem. No problem. Go ahead. No problem. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Next component comes thermal. Example, hot wastewater discharge, which reduces dissolved oxygen and causes thermal shock in cold water. Indeed, all the aquatic animals are uh, adapted to live in cold water. Uh, Next, the effects algal blooms, which is eutrophication. Excess nutrients fuel rapid algae growth, blocking sunlight and releases toxins that choke out the plant life. Reduced photosynthesis. Turbidity from sediments and pollutants limit light penetration, drastically reducing photosynthesis submerged in plants. Phytoplankton's decline. Phytoplanktons are the basic organisms in the food web and in the food system of aquatic life. Due to the chemical toxins and pH changes, the phytoplanktons get destroyed, due to which the base of the aquatic food web gets destroyed, and loss of seagrass and macroalgae. Herbicide runoff and nutrient imbalances cause widespread die-off of seagrasses and macrophytes critical for habitat. Fish. So these are the oxygen dead zones. So what is meant by oxygen dead zone? When nutrient pollution fuels algal blooms, bacteria decomposing the dead algae consume massive amounts of dissolved oxygen in the water bodies, creating hypoxic, which is also known as dead zones, where most of the life cannot survive. In 1960s, there were only 10 dead zones. Then coming up to 1970s, the dead zones have increased up to 50%. One second. Uh, done. Sorry for the inconvenience, I was not aware of it. Um so the dead zones, coming up to the dead zones. In 1960s, there were 10 dead zones, but coming up to 1970s, it has doubled in a decade, which are 50 dead zones. Coming up to 2020s, the dead zone count rose up to 700 plus, and there is 245,000 kilometers square of dead zone in Gulf of Mexico. The real world case studies. the real world case studies. Example for Ganga River in India, which is polluted by sewage plus industrial waste, which critically endangered Gangetic dolphins population reduced to 3,000. Fish species collapsed due to the high biochemical oxygen demand and fecal coliform levels. Cheapsake Bay in USA, which is polluted by agriculture nutrient runoff. Submerged aquatic vegetation declined by 50%. Striped bays and blue crab population severely impacted by recurring dead zones. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch, which was polluted by plastic pollution. Over 1 million seabirds and 100,000 marine mammals die annually from plastic ingestion and entanglement. Lake Erie in North America, which is polluted by cyanobacterial blooms. These toxic algal blooms produce microcystins lethal to fish and birds. 2014 bloom contaminated drinking water for 400,000 plus people in North America. So, what are the solutions for this water pollution and how can we conserve it? We can policy and regulation can be a solution where we enforce the Clean Water Act and sorry for the disturbance, enforce the Clean Water Act and international treaties, set strict discharge limit for industries, mandate environmental impact assessment. Agricultural reforms can also be a solution and conservation. We can promote precision farming to reduce fertilizer use, establish buffer zones along waterways, encourage organic farming practices which were done during 1900s and 1800s. Technology and innovation, advanced wastewater treatment system and bioremediation using microorganisms which can reduce the biochemical oxygen demand in the sewage water. Real-time water quality monitoring networks. Community action, reduce single-use plastic consumption, participate in river or beach cleanup drives, support local drives, wetland restoration projects. The estimation is 80% of ocean pollution is from land and 1 million plus species are threatened by the pollution and 2 billion people lack safe drinking water. Every drop counts. The health of our planet depends on the health of our water. Act now, protect our water. Thank you.
Very nice topic, Xavier.
Congratulations, Xavier, for your presentation. There was some technical issues regarding slide and slide shape, but I think you can improve it.
The content was very good, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Congratulations, Xavier.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, final call for presentations who haven't presented today. I would like to make presentation before we conclude this session. If anyone who would like to make presentations are welcome. Yeah, Gajen Mondal.
Hello, thank you, sir. Thank you, I am Gajen Mondal.
Your audio is very low.
Sir, network, here is network problem, sir.
Yeah, now you can continue. You can switch on your video as well.
Okay, sir. Video okay, sir, video does not open.
Okay, if you have some technical issue, you can continue orally.
Sir, I can submit on without video. I can present. Can I present, sir? Hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Without a video also, it's fine.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to Ravindra, sir, and the all honorable members, both organizer and participants. I am grateful to participate such type of national seminar on IKS environment. My topic is that the natural environment of my district is endangered by population explosion. The geographical location of Dakshin Dinajpur district in West Bengal and its local natural resources mainly play a very important role in the life of the people. Cultivation is done here all year around. 3 crops are produced in a year just below the Himalayan hilly region in the north Dinajpur in the south and Dakshin Dinajpur district are located. That is, the Himalayan mountains are located just 200 kilometers away from Dakshin Dinajpur district by road. The fertile alluvial soil, which is ancient alluvium and laterite and red soil. 2 types of soil are seen. Paddy is cultivated on about 80% of the land of the district. In addition, wheat, maize, mustard, potatoes and pulses are cultivated in the fertile golden soil here. The golden soil here is deeply appreciated by everyone. Therefore, many people come here for the convenience of living and farming dependent livelihood. Again, the 252 kilometer long international border with Bangladesh runs through the eastern, northern and southern parts of the district. Widespread. The first and foremost place of choice for refugees coming from Bangladesh across the border is South Dinajpur on the other side. Naturally, the nature of the growing population in this region is always changing. The population explosion in South Dinajpur district is rapidly and profoundly changing the demographic. The extra people are creating additional pressure on land for living and livelihood, which is facing an environment crisis. The population explosion is having a negative impact on the environment. Green trees are being cut down indiscriminately for the housing and cultivation of the extra people. The groundwater level is dropping rapidly due to the production of surplus crops and food grain and the use of daily water requirements. There is a possibility of putting pressure and mineral resources due to the additional extraction of coal, gas, and minerals for fuel and industrial needs. In addition, the pressure of the extra people is causing multiple environmental crises, including air pollution, water pollution, and soil pollution, due to activities such as reduction in the area of forests for housing construction, the global, the gradual, sorry, the gradual disappearance of vast vacant wastelands or fields, and the filling of water bodies, a terrible crisis is coming down on the bioadvisory, biodiversity of nature, which is a great challenge to the larger civilization. It is worth mentioning that India is the first country after independence to, according to the census, the total population of West Dinajpur district was only 7,20,573 people. Currently, West Bengal is currently West Dinajpur is divided into two separate districts, North and South Dinajpur. However, according to the 2011 census, the population of South Dinajpur district alone has increased.
Gajen, I think we can't hear you. I think there is some network issue. Okay, fine then. So anyone else waiting for their final presentation? So thank you everyone for being part of this World Environment Day celebrations and also national seminar with an open platform to make presentations on this wonderful day. You all have been together. And before I conclude with the report.
Sir, Harshita has raised a hand, sir.
Harshita.
Hello.
Yeah.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are audible, ma. Do you want to make presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. You start your video.
Sir, I'm trying to open the video, but unfortunately it is not working.
Okay. Okay, then continue. No problem.
I can deliver the presentation orally, sir.
You can continue orally. No problem.
Okay, sir. Very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Suha Harshita, research scholar from the Department of Commerce and Management, Bhaktakavi Narsingh Mehta University. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizations, respected faculty members, and everyone present here for giving me this valuable opportunity to present my seminar on the topic of Indian knowledge system, ancient wisdom for a sustainable future. It is an honor for me to share my thoughts with you today. Now let us understand the introduction of the Indian knowledge system. The Indian knowledge system is a multidisciplinary body of knowledge developed through observations, experience, and intellectual inquiry. It includes medicine, science, philosophy, mathematics, governance, agriculture, and spirituality. It is a unique feature is the holistic approach that connects human well-being, society, and nature for sustainable living. Now let us look at the historical background of Indian knowledge system. The roots of Indian knowledge system can be traced to ancient texts such as the Vedas, Upanishad, Ramayana, Mahabharata, and Arthashastra. Great scholars like Aryabhat, Brahmagupta, Charak, Sushrut, and Chanakya made remarkable contributors in varied fields. Their knowledge and continues to influence the modern world. Next, let us discuss the objective of the study. The study aims to understand the concept of Indian knowledge system, examines its major components, analyze its contribution to sustainable development, and explore its relevance in solving contemporary challenges. Now let us understand the core principles of IKS. The Indian knowledge system is based on holistic thinking, ethical living, sustainability, self-discipline, and respect for nature. These principles encourage balanced living and responsible use of resources for future generations. Moving ahead, let us explore the ancient education system. The Gurukul system focused on both academic knowledge and character development. Students learn through observations, practical experience, and close interaction with teachers. It emphasized disciplines, leadership, ethics, and social responsibilities. Now let's we discuss about the components of Indian knowledge system. And then first one is Ayurveda. Ayurveda meaning science of life. Is one of the world's oldest healthcare systems. It focuses on preventions rather than cure and promotes the health through balanced exercise, healthy lifestyle, and natural remedies. That next one is yoga and wellness. Yoga is a comprehensive system that promotes physically, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. It includes postures, breathing techniques, meditations, and ethical practical that improve overall quality of life. The next one is Indian mathematics. Ancient Indian mathematics introduced the concept of zero and the decimal number of a system that contributes to trigonometry lays the foundation for modern mathematics, science, and technology. Next components is environmental ethics. Environmental conservation has always been a part of Indian culture. Traditional practices encourage the protections of forest, rivers, wildlife, and biodiversity. IKS teaches that human must live in harmony with nature. And the next components is the traditional water management. This is the most important components. Ancient India developed effective systems such as step wells, ponds, reservoirs, and rainwaters harvesting structures. This method ensures efficient water conservation and sustainable resource management. And the next one is a sustainable agriculture. A traditional Indian agriculture promote crop rotations, mixed farming, organic fertilizers, and natural pest control. This practices protected soil fertility, biodiversity, and environmental health. Now, let us understand the relationship between IKS and sustainable development. The principle of IKS support environmental protection, public health, social harmony, and responsible resource utilization. Therefore, IKS plays an important role in achieving sustainable development goals. And then next is the National Education Policy 2020 and IKS. The National Education Policy 2020 encourages the integration of Indian knowledge system into education. It aims to preserve a cultural heritage, promote interdisciplinary learnings, and encourage innovations. Now, let us the challenges faced by IKS. Despite the significance, IKS faced challenges such as the lack of awareness, like inadequate documentation and modernization, and declining transmissions of traditional knowledge. Scientific validation is also needed for wider acceptance. Moving ahead, let us look at the future opportunities of IKS. Researchers, digital preservations, government supports, and technological integration can help revive and strengthen Indian knowledge system. Combining traditional wisdom with modern innovation can create a sustainable solution for the government challenges. And the last one is the conceptual framework of IKS. The framework show how Indian knowledge system influence traditional practices which generate social, economic, and environmental benefits. Together, this contributes to sustainable development. Finally, let us move on the conclusions. The Indian knowledge system is a valuable repository of knowledge that integrates science, ethical, sustainability, and human welfare. It is a principle remain highly relevant in addressing modern challenges and build a sustainable development. Indian knowledge system is not merely the wisdom of a past, it is a knowledge of framework that can be guide humanities towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient futures. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Hello. Thank you, sir.
Nice presentation, ma'am.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Nice presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ashta. You've given really good presentations. Thank you for your enlightenment. Very insightful information that you've given us. Thank you. Thank you so much, and congratulations for your exam class. It was
Thank
really wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you all the participants and presenters who have been, with us since morning. And today, it's a wonderful day that we all have come together to celebrate this World Environment Day. And I express my heartfelt gratitude to each one, everyone, for sparing your valuable time here and, joining us online at everyone's convenience. So I would like to express my gratitude to each and everyone once again, and especially congratulate our students, who have organized today's national seminar. And of course, they are first year, first semester students. They had challenges, but over a period of time, we all are learners, right? We all, at some point of time, we have to start learning. So I would like to congratulate all my students for their initiatives, and also congratulate all the presenters for their valuable time and contributions, and also all the participants, especially because you are the motivators for all of us. You are encouraging us by listening to us, right? And all the presenters today, starting from invited guests and all, starting from Professor Patan Umar Khan sir, Chairman, Chief Patron, and then Dr. Armugam sir, our Principal Academic Director, and also our Head Professor Dr. G. Krishna sir, Head of Department of Clinical Psychology, and who is also convener, and myself, I am Dr. Ravindra, coordinator for this, program, faculty coordinator, and also all the presenters today who have spoken today, especially our collaborator, Dr. Jayachandra sir, who is Regional Director, Center for Environment and Development, both in Hyderabad, and also Mr. Pradeep, who is an environmental activist and also animal activist, welfare, sustainable development, campaigner. And we have presentations done by Shubhriya Shukla and Lakshmi Priya and Sri Rama Deendayalan and Maganlal Molia and Aarti Kaivat and Syed Afrina Banu and Syed Samreen Banu, Shravya, Alish and Nikhil Purohit, and then Danya, R. Pranava, and Frank Kofi, then followed by Pallavi, Xavier, and Gajen Mondal, and finally the last one by Suva Harshita. So, everyone, I hope I have taken all the names. So if I have missed any of the names, kindly forgive me. And, this have been a very fruitful session today. And we'll be sharing a feedback form to all the participants, and feedback form will also have a quiz, based on all the sessions which have conducted today. So those who couldn't attend also online, we are giving you a time. So maybe today or tomorrow we'll be sending you feedback form along with Google, Google Drive link from where you can download your certificates. And also we'll be sharing you the entire session YouTube link, which is live. You can watch at your convenience as early as possible and submit your feedback, because by watching your sessions, you will get your answers from the sessions. So then you will be able to, attend the feedback and quiz, and also we'll be able to generate certificates for you all. So we have almost 378 registrations as of now. So we thank all the participants and presenters who have registered from India and abroad. So we'll be sending you, we have your email address as per the registration form. We'll be sending you email along with feedback link and also YouTube link. So kindly, those who have not attended, attend in YouTube. And those who have attended, you can right away attend the feedback form. In a week's time, we'll be sending you the certificates. We'll be updating it in Google Drive, but Google Drive link, we'll be sharing it along with the feedback form link. Okay. So, and we also have an upcoming event, that is international conference organized in collaboration with Arizona State University, USA. So it's an international conference, and also in collaboration with the Department of Linguistics, Osmania University. So we request everyone to register because we have seen wonderful presentations. So it is related to, health and well-being, and we have so many environment-related issues and concerns and factors that are contributing to health and well-being. So you can spread the word. We will be also sharing the registration form, brochures, and call for papers in the feedback form email, which we are going to share with you. Those who are interested, you can also register. I advise everyone to utilize this opportunity and present all the papers and all the abstracts which are going to be received and reviewed are going to be published with ISBN by the department. So we are publishing abstracts book with all the abstracts, and we are also going to publish all the full papers as a separate publication as conference proceedings with another ISBN number. We have also applied, and we are in the process of getting ISBN. Once we receive both by conference or after the conference, within some time, we'll be releasing both books. And so we request as early as possible. The conference is being held online, on Zoom, in the same joining link. So we request everyone to share this information with your colleagues, friends, students, scholars, and we invite you all to join the international conference that is going to happen and benefit from it. So once again, I express my gratitude to each and everyone. Before closing, I request everyone to switch on your videos so that we can take a screenshot and it will be memorable for everyone. Just for a moment, if you all can switch on your videos, we'll take a screenshot.
Sir, I cannot open because it says host can disable it.
Okay, ma. Those who can switch on, you can switch it on.
You cannot start your video because the host has.
Okay, thank you everyone for your valuable time, and keep joining. We have lots of programs coming up. We have one yoga day also. We are planning some event online as well as in department. We'll also keep updating you through email. Thank you once again, everyone. Have a great day ahead and happy
Thank you
World
very much.
Environment Day.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity,
Thank you,
sir.
sir. Thank you.
So kindly extend the date 1 or 2 days for the abstract, sir. We are all sending, sir.
Sure, ma'am. You will receive mail by tonight or by tomorrow.
We will send out by tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye from Ghana.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll
you
be
very much.
closing the meeting. We'll be sending you feedback form through email, registered email address. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Pranam.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.